Chapter 1092. The concealment formation was an inscription formation that could conceal other inscription formations. Only an inscription master whose spiritual energy was at the martial monarch stage or above could inscribe and set it up. If Duan Lingdun was not an inscription master, he would not have noticed the illusory formation that was fused with the concealment formation. It was precisely because he was an inscription master and an outstanding one at that. Therefore, when Lu Ji and the wretched middle-aged man entered the illusory formation and triggered the concealment formation, his extended spiritual energy noticed something was amiss. Due to this reason, he managed to stop in time and did not fall into the illusory formation. "You're an inscription master as well?" The old man's eyes widened in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In the past, he had purposely tried to find out more about this purple-clad young man. Therefore, he knew the purple-clad young man had killed an 8th-level void transformation Lu clan's elder and knew the purple-clad young man was very powerful. Not only was he powerful, but he was also a grade 1 alchemist. He was so monstrous that he could not help but feel shocked. However, based on the purple-clad young man's words, he was an inscription master as well? Moreover, he was an inscription master who could discover the concealment formation. "What do you think?" Duan Lingtian asked back. Duan Lingtian, it doesn't matter if you're an inscription master or not. You're destined to die today. Lu Song, who was standing next to the old man, said. His voice was cold and chilling. When Lu Song spoke, his eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He wished he could cut Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces and tear him into 1,000 pieces. Lu Song. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lu Song. "I'm curious. How did you know I'd come here? Moreover, you've set up an illusory formation beforehand. I think I have good eyesight. That guy is definitely not one of you." Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man next to Lu Song when he reached this part of his sentence. The illusory array was set up by the old man. That illusory array was an illusory array that was fused with a concealment array. It was extremely troublesome to set up, and it would take at least a few hours to complete. The guide that Duan Lingtian mentioned was naturally the wretched middle-aged man who had brought him here. First of all, Duan Lingtian was certain. That wretched middle-aged man was not one of Lu Song's men. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to not notice anything amiss. It was because of this that he found it strange. If that wretched middle-aged man was not Lu Song's man, how could Lu Song and the old man beside him arrive here before him? In fact, they had even arrived earlier than them. This could be seen from the illusory formation they had set up. That idiot? Naturally, he is not one of us. Lu Song glared at Duan Lingtian with killing intent on his face. He smirked and said, "He's just a chess piece that I'm using. Also, don't tell me you really think that there's an herb here that you want?" Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard Lu Song's words. "What do you mean by that?" Duan Lingtian had a vague feeling that something was amiss. "Elder Guan, you can tell him. Let him die knowing the truth. However, we must hurry up so that Lu Ji won't break out of the formation. At that time, it'll be difficult for us to kill him," Lu Song said slowly to the old man beside him. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. "Duan Lingtian, you killed my brother? Today will be the day you die. I'll let you die in regret and despair." The killing intent in Lu Song's eyes intensified as he muttered to himself. "Yes, young master," the old man replied respectfully. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "Duan Lingtian, as an inscription master, don't tell me you still haven't figured it out? There's nothing here that you want." The old man enunciated each word clearly. His voice was like a giant hammer that fell on Duan Lingtian's chest, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to turn extremely grave. "There's no soul anchoring grass?" Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At this moment, he who was originally unaware of the situation had a clear train of thought, and the thoughts in his mind abruptly changed. After a while, he seemed to have recalled something, and his eyes widened. "Both of you, have you planned this from the beginning?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at Lu Song and the old man. It was obvious that he had figured out something. "Looks like you're not that stupid after all." Lu Song sneered. That fellow didn't see the soul-anchoring grass at all. He didn't encounter the demon beast at the peak of the void that was guarding the soul-anchoring grass. Everything he saw was a fake image in the illusory formation you set up, right? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the old man. That's right. The old man said expressionlessly, if he really encountered a demon beast at the peak of the void. Do you think that piece of trash would be able to escape? The piece of trash the old man was referring to was the wretched middle-aged man who brought Duan Lingtian here. As expected, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave, and he could not help but laugh at himself. To think that he had thought that he was extremely lucky. First, he obtained the soul-fixing root that Tianwu needed. Then, he received news about the soul-stabilizing grass. As it turned out, there was no soul-anchoring grass at all. The soul-anchoring grass that the wretched middle-aged man saw was just a fake image in the illusory formation set up by the old man next to Lu Song. Even the demon beast at the peak of the void was fake. All of this was just Lu Song's scheme against him. Naturally, he could guess Lu Song's motive. It was to avenge Lu Huai. Lu Huai was Lu Song's younger brother. Although Lu Song did not show any hatred on his face when he saw him the last time, his spiritual energy could still detect the hatred that Lu Song deliberately concealed. The deeper the hatred was hidden, the more terrifying it would be when it was revealed. Today's incident had undoubtedly proven this point. Initially, everything was going according to plan. However, to our surprise, you didn't enter the illusory formation, the old man continued. He was surprised. Initially, he and his young master planned to let Duan Lingtian enter the illusory formation before they killed Duan Lingtian. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to discover the illusory formation. It doesn't matter if he enters the illusory formation or not. The illusory formation wasn't prepared for him in the first place. Now that Lu Ji has entered the illusory formation that we prepared for him, he won't be able to come out anytime soon. At this moment, Lu Song opened his mouth. His voice was even colder than before. His eyes were filled with hatred. They gleamed coldly as they did not leave Duan Lingtian's side. Lu Ji, the Lu clan's guardian elder, was a martial monarch powerhouse. Although the old man next to him was also a martial monarch powerhouse, he did not have much confidence in defeating Lu Ji. However, now that Lu Ji was trapped in the illusory formation, he could no longer protect Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was already a fish on his chopping board. He could do whatever he wanted to him. Now, do you regret killing my brother, Lu Huai? Lu Song asked coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, he continued to say, it's useless no matter how much you regret it. Today, I'll let you die in a way that's worse than death, to comfort my brother's soul in heaven. When Lu Song reached the end of his sentence, his voice became colder and colder. Regret? Faced with Lu Song, who was blinded by hatred, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm as he said nonchalantly, I'm sorry. Perhaps I might regret other things. However, I've never regretted killing your brother, Lu Huai. Even now, Duan Lingtian's words were like a slap to Lu Song's face. You're seeking death. Lu Song's eyes narrowed as he glared at Duan Lingtian. His voice was filled with killing intent. What? Are you going to attack me? Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at Lu Song, who was glaring at him coldly. He looked at Lu Song with interest. When Lu Song heard this, his face darkened. He said coldly, of course, I'll attack you, but not now. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not know what Lu Song meant. Soon after, he knew why Lu Song said that. Elder Guan, destroy his Dantian, but don't kill him. I want to torture him slowly and let him die in despair. Lu Song looked at the old man next to him and said through gritted teeth, yes, young master. The old man responded and glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. The origin energy on his body rose up. It was so powerful that it set off waves of terrifying airwaves that caused the wind to howl. For a moment, the flowers and plants in the canyon were blown away. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above the old man's head and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons descended in a meandering manner. Just the origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. This was the sign of a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. However, this was not the end yet. Boom! The milky white flames on the old man's body suddenly changed color and turned into a fiery red. It soared into the sky, causing the white fog in the canyon to turn red as well. Another 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky. First-level monarch stage fire profundity. At the same time, bolts of purple lightning that resembled electric snakes appeared in the flames around the old man's body. There were also gusts of green wind. Another 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. 9th level advanced thunder concept. 9th level advanced wind concept. Duan Lincoln, you didn't expect this, did you? Elder Guan is a powerful martial monarch powerhouse. It's easy for him to kill you. Lu Song laughed arrogantly. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must be in shock and despair right now. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm face, his arrogant laughter stopped abruptly. There was a hint of anger in his eyes, and his face turned pale. Elder Guan, do it. Lu Song bellowed in anger and humiliation. Boom! As Lu Song shouted, an explosion sounded in the air. Waves of scorching aura spread out in all directions. Chapter 1093. The old man next to Lu Song was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not react in time at all. In the blink of an eye, the world in front of Duan Lingtian turned fiery red. It was as though he was in an ocean of fire. The scorching aura that spread from the ground made his forehead and face covered in sweat. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Duan Lingtian noticed the fiery red ocean in front of him suddenly trembled. Then, it moved away from him like an arrow that was released from a bow. It kept shrinking before his eyes. In the end, the fiery red ocean transformed into a person. It was an old man. An old man who was covered in flames from head to toe. However, the flames on the old man's body seemed to have withered and could not continue. Barf! At that moment, the old man whose face had turned extremely pale suddenly spasmed a few times before he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered all over the ground like dazzling red roses. The old man stood in the distance. His eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, he was looking at the lady in red who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until now, the lady in red had been standing next to Duan Lingtian quietly. She did not seem to exist. Whether it was the old man or Lu Song, they had taken her seriously since the beginning. This was because she was just too young. She was so young that they did not feel threatened by her. However, at that moment, all of their eyes were fixed on the lady in red without exception. Subsequently, they seemed to have noticed something and lifted their heads abruptly. The heaven and earth energy that had been stirring above the lady in reds had finally transformed into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons rapidly formed. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. It was still increasing. In the end, the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons stopped at 8,000. The strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Fire profundity. Sword profundity. Looking at the rising sword-shaped flames on the lady in red, the old man exclaimed in shock. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Demon Lord? After a while, the old man took a deep breath and stared at the lady in red with fear in his eyes as he probed. In the old man's opinion, the beautiful woman in red looked to be in her early 20s. He had comprehended 2 monarch stage profundities at such a young age. The red-clad woman was clearly a monarch stage powerhouse like him. It was impossible for a human martial artist to become a monarch stage powerhouse at such a young age. Therefore, the red-clothed woman could only be a demon monarch powerhouse. The demon monarch, the monarch of the demon monarchs, was equally famous as the martial monarch of the human martial artists. You want to kill him? The red-clothed woman ignored the old man's question. Instead, she asked this question in a cold tone. If one looked closely, they would discover that the woman in red's beautiful face, which was originally covered with a layer of frost, had an additional layer of frost in an instant. The red-clothed woman stood there, her entire body enveloped by a scorching sword-shaped flame. However, the old man that she was staring at did not feel any heat. He only felt waves of bone-piercing cold air coming from all directions, causing him to feel an extreme chill that originated from his bones. The old man didn't answer the woman in red's question, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Those who want to kill him will have to die. The red-clothed woman's alluring red lips moved slightly as she spoke slowly. As soon as the word "died" left her mouth, she had already disappeared from Lu Song's sight. "Watch out, Elder Guan." Horror dawned on Lu Song's face as he cried out in panic. However, just as he reacted and looked at the old man, he saw the old man's body tremble before he collapsed. He was no longer breathing. The old man's eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance. Until his death, he still could not figure out why there was a demon monarch powerhouse by Duan Lingtian's side. The red-clothed woman stood in front of the old man's body. Her red dress fluttered in the wind like a burning flame. "Elder Guan," Lu Song muttered to himself in a daze as he shifted his gaze from the old man's body to the red-clothed woman. His face turned extremely pale. If he had known that there was such a powerhouse by Duan Lingtian's side apart from Lu Ji, he would not have dared to do anything to Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian had killed his own brother. Under Duan Lingtian's shocked gaze, Lu Song kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to the red-clothed woman in the distance. "Senior, please spare my life. Senior, please spare my life. I won't kill you." The red-clothed woman glanced at Lu Song, who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy indifferently, and said coldly, "Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior." Lu Song hurriedly thanked her and kowtowed even louder. Soon, his head was bleeding. The red-clothed woman moved like a fire elf and returned to Duan Lingtian's side in just a moment. She said softly, "I don't want to dirty my hands by killing him. Leave it to me." Duan Lingtian said with a smile. The red-clothed woman was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had lost her memory. Duan Lingtian only found out yesterday. After losing her memory, Feng Tianwu could completely control the energy in her body. Currently, she was a first-level void transformation martial artist who had mastered 2 third-level monarch stage profundities. Without using her origin energy, she could unleash an attack that was equivalent to the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons with just her profundities alone. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was fearless. He knew that as long as Tian Wu was there, nothing would happen to him. In the end, Tian Wu did not disappoint him. She killed the martial monarch powerhouse next to Lu Song in just a blink of an eye. Her movements were smooth and clean. "Those who want to kill him will have to die." The words that Feng Tianwu said to the martial monarch powerhouse next to Lu Song still echoed in Duan Lingtian's ears. Her tone was indifferent, but there was a hint of anger in it. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with warmth. He knew that although Tian Wu could not remember the past, she had already acknowledged him as a person from the bottom of her heart. This could be seen from the fact that she was angry because of him. At that moment, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. It was getting further and further away. Before Duan Lingtian could make his move, Lu Song had already made his move and dashed out of the canyon in an attempt to escape. What a joke! Duan Lingtian had once killed an 8th-level void transformation Lu clan's elder. Would it not be a piece of cake for him to kill a 5th-level void transformation martial artist? Escape? Do you think you can escape? However, when Lu Song had fled several dozen meters away, he suddenly heard a mocking voice in front of him. When he raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice, he saw a familiar figure waiting there. A purple-clad young man appeared before his eyes. "How can you be so fast?" Lu Song's eyes narrowed. As he came to a halt, he asked in horror, "You're a powerhouse at the peak of the void? Looks like you're not stupid after all." Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Song in surprise. His current strength was indeed on par with a powerhouse at the peak of the void. When Lu Song realized it was impossible for him to escape from Duan Lingtian, he knelt on the ground again and kowtowed to beg for mercy. However, the person he was kowtowing to this time was someone else. It was Duan Lingtian. "Elder Duan, please spare my life. Elder Duan, please spare my life. As long as Elder Duan spares my worthless life, I promise I won't return to the Lu clan and fight with Lu Bai for the clan leader's position. Elder Duan, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Lu Song kept kowtowing as he begged for mercy hysterically. At this moment, he no longer looked like the great young master of the northern mountain lands Lu clan's lineal descendant. He looked more like a pitiful wretch with no dignity at all. How can a coward like you deserve to be the clan leader of Lu clan? Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Song with disgust. He did not want to waste any more time on him. With a lift of his hand, he slammed his palm down and ended Lu Song's life. If Lu Song had given up his hatred for Duan Lingtian from the beginning, perhaps he could still be the Lu clan's great young master. However, he chose to seek revenge on Duan Lingtian and brought about his own destruction in the end. Where should I go now? At this moment, a familiar voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Elder Ji? When he looked into the distance, he saw Lu Ji had broken out of the illusory formation. Although he was not surprised by this, he was still shocked. Based on his observation of the illusory formation with his spiritual energy, it would take an ordinary martial monarch at least half an hour to break out of it. However, Lu Ji only spent a quarter of an hour to come out. Elder Duan? When Lu Ji heard Duan Lingtian's voice, he could not help but sigh in relief. I'm finally out. 15 minutes ago, when he turned around and saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were nowhere to be seen, and when he saw the wretched middle-aged man walking in front of him was nowhere to be seen, he realized he might have fallen into the illusory formation. Subsequently, he began to look for a way out of the illusory formation. Finally, he left the illusory formation 15 minutes later. Soon after, Lu Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, his gaze landed on the old body on the ground. The familiar face made him frown. Isn't this Guan Li? As one of the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders, Lu Ji recognized most of the Lu clan's elders. Guan Li was one of them. Guan Li was the Lu clan's foreign elder who followed the Lu clan's great young master. All of a sudden, Lu Ji seemed to have noticed something. He lifted his head slightly and looked in the distance. Lu Song. With just a glance, he recognized the owner of the body that was dozens of meters away. His eyes narrowed slightly. Elder Duan, this is... After taking a deep breath, Lu Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on his face. Elder Ji, don't you think it's strange that they're here? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile in the face of Lu Ji, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression. It's a little strange. Lu Ji nodded. Actually, there's nothing here that I'm looking for. Duan Lingtian sighed as he spoke of the entire sequence of events without leaving out anything. What? Chapter 1094. Lu Ji took a deep breath to calm himself down. His gaze turned colder as he looked at the 2 bodies on the ground. Earlier, I've advised Lu Song to forget about the enmity between him and you, Elder Duan. He also promised me that he wouldn't seek revenge from you, Elder Duan. When Lu Ji reached this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. However, I didn't expect him to say one thing and do another. He actually came up with such a plan to lure you into his trap, Elder Duan. A hint of anger appeared on Lu Ji's face when he reached the end of his sentence. He was angry that Lu Song had lied to him. He did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian had no reason to lie. The fact that Lu Song and the old man next to him were here explained many things. However, where did they find a martial monarch stage inscription master to set up this illusory formation that could confuse me? Soon after, Lu Ji frowned. His face was filled with confusion. The illusory formation that could trap him was undoubtedly set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master. He was certain of this. Naturally, the reason Lu Ji asked such a question was because when Duan Lingtian told him about the ins and outs of the matter, he did not mention that the illusory formation was set up by the old man next to Lu Ji. Therefore, in Lu Ji's opinion, the old man was only a martial artist at the peak of the void. When Lu Ji was thinking about this, Duan Lingtian walked up to the old man's body. Without warning, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and consolidated origin energy into a sword. It whistled as it slashed toward the old man. The sound of the sword whistling in the air attracted Lu Ji's attention. Subsequently, Lu Ji saw Duan Lingtian's sword landing on the old man's body. Moreover, he took out 3 fragments from the old man's body. They were the fragments that were nurtured in the old man's body. Initially, he merely glanced at the 3 fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand. He did not notice anything special. However, when he took a closer look, his eyes were completely focused on one of the 3 fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand. The fragment was surrounded by a burning red flame. Profundity fragment? After being stunned for a moment, Lu Ji came back to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already put away the first-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment and the 2 ninth-level Concept Fragments in his hand. A faint smile appeared on his face. To him, the harvest this time was not bad. He had obtained a Profundity Fragment. 1 Profundity Fragment was enough to represent a martial monarch powerhouse. Although it was only a first-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment, as long as it was given to a 9th-level Void Transformation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level Advanced Fire concept. He would definitely be able to comprehend the fire profundity and break through to become a martial monarch powerhouse. When did he break through to the martial monarch stage? When Duan Lingtian put away the 3 fragments in his hand, Lu Ji came back to his senses. His gaze fell on the old man's corpse immediately, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It was obvious Lu Ji did not know the old man next to Lu Song was a martial monarch powerhouse. At this moment, he could not help but sigh inwardly. What a pity, a martial emperor died just like that. In his opinion, as long as Guanli was still alive, he would most likely become the 4th guardian elder in the Lu clan. At that time, the Lu clan's overall strength would rise to a whole new level. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Lu Ji seemed to have recalled something, and his eyes narrowed immediately. He remembered something of utmost importance. Since Guanli was already a martial monarch powerhouse, the person who killed him was undoubtedly a martial monarch powerhouse as well. Moreover, the person must be a martial monarch powerhouse who was more powerful than Guanli. Otherwise, how could he have killed Guanli? Elder Duan, who killed Guanli? Lu Ji asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian after taking a deep breath. What do you think? Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly as though he had expected Lu Ji to ask this question. Lu Ji was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. He studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe for a while before finally looking at the red-clad lady standing at the side. It was Feng Tianwu. It's impossible for this lady. She had to rely on Elder Duan's origin energy to carry her through the air when we came here. Lu Ji glanced at Feng Tianwu before he looked at Duan Lingtian again. If that's the case, the person who killed Guanli is either Elder Duan himself or a powerhouse hiding behind Elder Duan to protect him at all times. Lu Ji speculated inwardly. He was more inclined to believe the latter was the case. It was not only because Duan Lingtian was too young, but it was also because Duan Lingtian was an outstanding Grade 1 alchemist. It would be ridiculous if such a young Grade 1 alchemist was also a martial monarch powerhouse at the same time. Due to this reason, he did not believe Duan Lingtian was a martial monarch powerhouse. Since we don't have what you want, Elder Duan, let's go back. When Lu Ji looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. His tone that was already polite became even more polite. From the wounds on Guanli's body, he could tell that Guanli was killed with a single blow. Although he did not know Guanli's exact cultivation base, if it were him, it would be impossible for him to kill Guanli with a single blow even if Guanli was only a first-level martial monarch martial artist. Due to this reason, he guessed the powerhouse hiding in the dark to protect Duan Lingtian was much more powerful than him. Due to this reason, his attitude toward Duan Lingtian had changed drastically. All right, Duan Lingtian did not reject Lu Ji's suggestion. After calling out to Feng Tianwu, he left with Guanli. After the 3 of them left, they went straight to the Lu clan's estate. Another day and night had passed, and they successfully returned to the Lu clan. A loud noise reverberated in the Lu clan's main hall. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, had raised his hand and slapped the new chair next to him, shattering it into pieces. Lu Song, you've really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Lu Rui suddenly shouted. His tone was filled with rage. It was obvious he knew what Lu Song had done. After a while, Lu Rui took a deep breath and looked at the purple-clad young man with an apologetic expression. Elder Duan, it's our Lu clan's fault for not being considerate enough. I hope you don't blame us. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had rushed back. Since Lu Song is dead, let's put this matter behind us. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. He had no intention of pursuing the matter. Lu Rui replied respectfully. The old man standing next to the purple-clad young man, Lu Ji, suddenly frowned. He was the Lu clan's guardian elder. He had a feeling that there was a hint of fear in the clan leader's eyes when he looked at the young elder Duan earlier. It was as though he was afraid of something. Could it be that the clan leader knows there's a powerhouse hiding behind Elder Duan? Moreover, even the clan leader is afraid of that powerhouse? Lu Ji speculated inwardly. Elder Duan, it's quite a coincidence. On the day you left, two people came one after another. Each of them took a void transformation martial artist's spirit fruit in exchange for the grade 1 life recovery pill that you refined. At this moment, Lu Rui changed the topic and told Duan Lingtian about another reward. 2 people? 2 spirit fruits? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He did not expect Lu Ji to give him such a big surprise as soon as he returned. I hope I haven't consumed those 2 spirit fruits. If that's the case, my cultivation base will be able to break through to the 9th level void transformation in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian's heart raced. His body began to tremble uncontrollably due to his excitement. Soon after, Duan Lingtian suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked curiously, Clan leader, how many grade 1 life recovery pills did you exchange for the spirit fruits? 1 grade 1 life recovery pill in exchange for 1 spirit fruit. Lu Rui replied truthfully. Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he heard that. Only 1? Did anyone exchange for it? In his opinion, the value of a void transformation martial artist's spirit fruit was far from what a grade 1 life recovery pill could compare to. Naturally, nobody would exchange for an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill. However, if you exchanged it with a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90% that you refined, Elder Duan, they would benefit from it. Lu Rui shook his head and said, putting aside the fact that the value of a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%, it's not only in its medicinal efficacy. Just its medicinal efficacy alone is enough to make people scramble for it. In terms of medicinal efficacy and efficacy, a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90% is 5 times more powerful than an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of less than 70%. At a critical moment, a grade 1 life recovery pill like this can even save a life. Lu Rui was excited when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian finally understood what he meant. After a while, Duan Lingtian, who was eager to return to his room to cultivate and improve his cultivation base, took the 2 spirit fruits from Lu Rui and brought Feng Tianwu back to his residence. Tianwu, take this red phosphorus fruit and use it to cultivate. Duan Lingtian handed the spirit fruit that seemed to be burning with a red phosphorus fire to Feng Tianwu and said bluntly, "Take it." Feng Tianwu was a woman of few words, but she was very direct. I've already consumed a red phosphorus fruit before, so it's useless for me to consume it again. Take it. Seeing that Feng Tianwu was unwilling to accept it, Duan Lingtian took out his trump card. Naturally, he was telling the truth. He had just obtained 2 spirit fruits from Lu Rui. One of the red phosphorus fruit was the spirit fruit that he had consumed some time ago. It was also given to him by Lu Rui. His current cultivation base was elevated because he had consumed the red phosphorus fruit. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu finally put the red phosphorus fruit away. Thank you. Feng Tianwu moved her red lips slightly and thanked Duan Lingtian directly. There's no need for thanks between us. After glancing at Feng Tianwu gently, Duan Lingtian bade her farewell and returned to his room to cultivate. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, Feng Tianwu returned to her room as well. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Chapter 1095. The Cloud Continent was divided into the inner land and the outer land with the Ruoshui River as the boundary. The outer land was divided into the northern outer land, the southern outer land, the western outer land, and the eastern outer land. The northern mountain land was an area close to the Ruoshui River to the north of the southern outer land. To the left and right of the northern mountain land, there were two other areas that belonged to the southern outer land that were close to the Ruoshui River. The land of Beiki was located to the east of the northern mountain land. Although it was not as famous as the northern mountain land, it was still a place full of outstanding people. The reason why the Northern Mountains region was so famous was naturally because of the O clan and the Lu clan. The two families were ancient families that had been passed down for 10,000 years. They were also the two forces with the longest history in the entire southern outer land. There was no third force in the entire outer land that had been passed down for 10,000 years like the O family and the Lu family. On the Cloud Continent, there might be forces that had been passed down for 10,000 years like the O family and the Lu family. However, all of them were located in the inner land on the other side of the Ruoshui River. In the outer land, only the O family and the Lu family had been passed down for 10,000 years. Due to this reason, even in the entire southern outer continent, the northern mountain land was a well-known place. At the border between the land of Beiki and the northern mountain land, there was a vast city. The city was bustling with people going in and out of the city. This city was called Alchemist City. In the center of Medicine Master City stood a tall tower. It was the city's landmark. Outside the tower, there were 5 square plaques hanging from the top to the bottom. Each plaque had a single word written on it. From top to bottom, it read Alchemist Guild. The people going in and out of the tower were like the people going in and out of Medicine Master City. If one looked closely, they would notice that most of the people going in and out of the tower had a badge pinned on their chest. It was the badge of an alchemist. Looking at the badge pinned on their chest, one could tell what grade of alchemist they were. The tower that stood in the center of Medicine Master City was the headquarters of the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild. It was in charge of the Alchemist Guild in the entire Southern Outer Land. At this moment, a figure that was as fast as lightning flew from the horizon and reached the top of the tower in the blink of an eye. However, when this person reached the top of the tower, he stopped in midair. "I'm here to see the president. I have something to report." This was an old man in green. His eyes fell on the middle-aged man in green who was blocking his way, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. It was as if this green-clothed middle-aged man was some kind of scourge. The green-robed middle-aged man stood there, neither happy nor angry. His entire being seemed to have merged with the heavens and earth, giving the green-robed old man a great deal of pressure. Unknowingly, cold sweat appeared on the green-robed old man's forehead and dripped down. "Let him in." At this moment, an aged voice came from the top of the tower. Although the voice was aged, it was extremely powerful. Yes. Hearing the voice, the green-clothed middle-aged man who had been silent all this time responded respectfully. Almost as soon as the green-robed man finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air as if he had never appeared. As expected of the people sent by the Inland's Alchemist Guild, they are indeed powerful. In the southern outer continent, those that can defeat him are probably existences that are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. After taking a deep breath, the green-robed old man muttered in a low voice. After a short moment, he returned to his senses and flew to the top of the tower, arriving at a spacious room. At the side of the room, an old man in a silver robe sat at the table, quietly savoring the fragrant tea in the teacup in his hand. Even when the green-robed old man entered, it did not make him shift his gaze. "President." The green-robed old man bowed respectfully to the silver-robed old man. "Why didn't you stay in the northern mountain land? Why did you come to Alchemist City?" The silver-robed old man did not look at the green-robed old man and continued to savor the fragrant tea as he asked, "President, I came to Alchemist City to look for you this time precisely because of this." With a raise of his hand, an exquisite little box appeared in the green-robed old man's hand. The box was completely made of jasper, and it looked to be of high quality. Unfortunately, the silver-robed old man still did not turn his head. He sat there and said indifferently, "You should know that ordinary things can't enter my Qinghe's eyes. The silver-robed old man's calm tone was mixed with a sense of pride that came from his bones. The green-robed old man was not surprised when he heard the silver-robed old man's words. The silver-robed old man before him was the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. What had he not seen on a daily basis? It was true that ordinary things could not enter his eyes. The green-robed old man looked at the exquisite jade box in his hand. His face was filled with confidence as he continued to say, "President, I think this thing will definitely enter your eyes." The moment the green-robed old man's words left his mouth, Qinghe finally turned his head and looked at the green-robed old man. "Now that you mention it, I'm a little curious." "Hand it over." Qinghe knew the green-robed old man before him very well. This was the person who used to follow him. Currently, he was the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the northern mountain land. At the same time, he was also an outstanding Grade 2 alchemist. It was precisely because of this that he knew the green-robed old man would not speak without thinking. The green-robed old man replied respectfully. He took a few steps forward and placed the exquisite jade box in his hand on the table in front of Qinghe. Qinghe swiftly opened the jade box. A pill that was extremely familiar to him appeared before his eyes. He could not help but frown when he saw it. "What you wanted me to see is this." Qinghe's expression darkened when he thought the green-robed old man had tricked him. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. "How's this possible?" At this moment, Qinghe suddenly stood up and stared at the pill in the exquisite jade box on the table. He could not take his eyes off it. He did not know when, but his body began to tremble violently due to excitement. Miracle! Miracle! After a long while, Qinghe took a deep breath and picked up the pill in the exquisite jade box with trembling hands. His movements were gentle as though he was caressing his lover. The purity is 91%. Gradually, Qinghe finally suppressed his excitement and calmed down. However, his eyes never left the pill in his hand. As a Grade 1 alchemist, it was only natural that he could tell. The Grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand had a purity of 91% that could be said to be heaven-defying. He had only heard of pills with such purity, but he had never seen one before. There's a legend in our alchemist guild. 10,000 years ago, there was a powerful powerhouse called Emperor Wu who could refine pills with a purity of more than 90%. However, that's only a legend. It's been 10,000 years, so there's no way to tell if it's true or not. At this moment, Qinghe's thoughts were running wild, and he could not calm down for a long time. "Where did you get this Grade 1 life recovery pill from?" Qinghe exhaled and returned to his senses. The first thing he did was to look at the green-robed old man standing quietly at the side and ask with a burning gaze. "Lord Guildmaster, my direct disciple obtained this from the Lu clan." The green-robed old man seemed to be prepared for this. As soon as Qinghe finished speaking, he immediately replied. "Lu clan?" Qinghe frowned when he heard the green-robed old man's words. "I'm the one who helped the Lu clan refine the Grade 1 pills. The purity of the Grade 1 life recovery pill that I refined was 70% at most. However, the purity of this Grade 1 life recovery pill is more than 90%. Qinghe looked at the pill in his hand when he reached the end of his sentence. He was certain. He was definitely not the one who refined this pill. "Lord Guildmaster, there's something you don't know. Some time ago, a person with the surname Duan joined the Lu clan and became the Lu clan's first interim advisor. That person with the surname Duan is a Grade 1 alchemist." The green-robed old man explained, "He's the second Grade 1 alchemist in the southern outer land after you, Lord Guildmaster." "Grade 1 alchemist?" Qinghe narrowed his eyes when he heard the green-robed old man's words. "He joined the Lu clan?" "Yes." The green-robed old man nodded. "You mean, this Grade 1 life recovery pill was refined by that alchemist with the surname Duan?" Qinghe asked. "It's most likely refined by him," the green-robed old man said. The green-clad old man continued. "Some time ago, the Lu clan issued a reward for a spirit fruit consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist. 1 spirit fruit in exchange for 1 Grade 1 life recovery pill. Initially, Everyone thought the Lu clan was stingy. However, when they heard the Lu clan offered a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%, everyone went crazy. When my direct disciple heard about this, he happened to have a spirit fruit consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist. In order to verify the authenticity of this matter, he brought the spirit fruit to the Lu clan to make the exchange. At that time, there was another person who arrived at the Lu clan with him. According to him, whether it was the grade 1 life recovery pill that the Lu clan gave him or the other person, both of them had a purity of more than 90%. When the green-robed old man reached this point, he paused for a moment before he continued to say, "When my direct disciple obtained the grade 1 life recovery pill, he immediately passed it to me. When I found out that this matter was unusual, I immediately came to look for you, Lord Guildmaster." The green-robed old man finished speaking in one breath. "You've done well." Cheng He nodded at the green-robed old man in satisfaction. His eyes gleamed. "It seems like I'll have to make a trip to the Lu clan to pay a visit to that alchemist with the surname Duan. Lord Guildmaster, there's one more thing." Suddenly, the green-robed old man seemed to have recalled something. Cheng He looked at the green-robed old man with a hint of confusion in his eyes. "The alchemist with the surname Duan from the Lu clan. I heard he's a young man who's not even 30 years old yet." Chapter 1096. What? Cheng He's eyes widened when he heard the green-clad old man's words. His calm face was filled with shock. A grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old? Are you sure? Cheng He's gaze was as sharp as a sword when he looked at the green-clad old man. "I'm sure." The green-clad old man nodded. Many alchemists saw him when they participated in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan. He revealed his grade 1 pill fire and his identity as a grade 1 alchemist at that time and joined the Lu clan. The young old man said confidently, "He's not even 30 years old. A grade 1 alchemist." Cheng He narrowed his eyes. Since he's a grade 1 alchemist, it's impossible for him to be a demon. However, if he's a human, how could he become a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age? Moreover, he can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. The more Cheng He thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss. In his opinion, it was already shocking for a human who was not even 30 years old to become a grade 1 alchemist. However, such a grade 1 alchemist could refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. It was unbelievable. Even the best alchemist on Cloud Continent, the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild, can only refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 80% at most. It also depends on luck. The guild master became a grade 1 alchemist before he was 40 years old. He's widely acknowledged as a top genius among alchemists. However, he could only refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 80% after he was 100 years old. Even if the alchemist who joined the Lu clan is more talented than the guild master and became a grade 1 alchemist before he was 30 years old, it's still impossible for him to refine pills with a purity of more than 90%. Cheng He thought about many things in just a short while. In the end, he came to a conclusion. He must have a special refining technique. Even if it's not a refining technique, he must be hiding a great secret. Otherwise, it's impossible for a kid like him to refine pills with such a high purity. At some point in time, Cheng He's eyes were filled with greed. "You can go back first." Soon after, Cheng He's expression returned to normal as he spoke to the green-robed old man. The green-robed old man didn't dare to tarry and left. After the green-clad old man left, Cheng He looked at the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand again. Greed flashed in his eyes again. A moment later, Cheng He flew out of the top floor of the tower. "Follow me to the northern mountains Lu clan." Then Cheng He said to the air. Almost as soon as Cheng He finished speaking, the airflow in the air moved, and a green figure appeared out of thin air. It was the green-clothed middle-aged man who had stopped the green-clothed old man. "Go." Cheng He took the lead and flew out, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The green-robed middle-aged man moved as well. He caught up with Cheng He in a moment and followed behind him like a shadow. Northern Mountains Lu family. In a spacious side hall, there was a high platform. On the high platform, a purple-clothed youth and a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. The middle-aged man closed his eyes tightly. The purple-clothed youth looked at the other middle-aged man in front of the high platform and nodded. "Master, let's begin." "All right." The middle-aged man nodded. With a lift of his hand, a mist rose around the high platform and shrouded the purple-clothed youth and the middle-aged man in just a blink of an eye. If there was an inscription master here, he would be able to see that the mist that rose and shrouded the entire high platform was the profound assimilation formation. The profound assimilation formation was an inscription formation that could refine concept fragments without restraint and merge them into concept energy. It would then help one to elevate one's concept quickly. Every time the profound assimilation formation was activated, it would consume a ridiculous amount of concept fragments. If one did not have a certain level of strength, they would not be able to afford such a consumption at all. When the mist rose, the middle-aged man standing outside raised his hand again. Concept fragments shot out from his hand and merged into the profound assimilation formation in just a second. If one looked closely, one would notice that there were only 4 types of concept fragments that the middle-aged man threw out. The wind concept fragment that was flashing with green energy, the earth concept fragment that was emitting an earthy yellow halo, the thunder concept fragment that was pulsating with purple energy, and the sword concept fragment that was resisting the sword-shaped energy. The concept fragments shot out from the middle-aged man's hand like he was throwing out trash. In just a blink of an eye, he had thrown thousands of concept fragments into the formation. From the beginning until the end, the middle-aged man had a calm expression on his face as though he did not feel any heartache at all. Is it worth it? Just when the middle-aged man had thrown almost 2,000 concept fragments into the formation, an old voice resonated in the air. At the same time, a skinny old man with white hair appeared next to the middle-aged man. The skinny old man wore a loose robe. He had white eyebrows and a white beard. His face was as clear as jade, and he looked like an immortal. He did not look like a mortal at all. Former clan leader. When the old man's voice resonated in the air, the middle-aged man had already stopped what he was doing. When the old man appeared, he even bowed respectfully to the old man with a respectful expression on his face. He did not dare to be negligent at all. The middle-aged man was none other than Lu Rui, the current clan leader of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. As for the 2 people in the profound assimilation formation, their identities were obvious. Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. It's worth it. After greeting the old man, Lu Rui nodded solemnly. He knew why the old man would ask such a question. The close to 2,000 concept fragments that he had thrown in earlier were almost all of the 4 types of concept fragments that the Lu clan had in stock. Even if the Lu clan was wealthy, they would still be affected to a certain extent. At the very least, the Lu clan's genius disciples who had comprehended the 4 types of concepts would not be able to enter the profound assimilation formation to comprehend the concepts for a period of time. By doing so, he had limited the growth of the Lu clan's disciples to a certain extent. This was the price he had to pay. However, he felt it was worth it. Oh! The old man's eyes that were as bright as stars flashed before he asked again, I don't think the reason why you responded to me so decisively is because he's a grade 1 alchemist who can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%, right? When the old man reached the end of his question, he looked at Lu Rui mockingly. Lu Rui could not help but smile wryly at his wise gaze. He knew that the former clan leader must have noticed something. Otherwise, he would not have asked such a question. The old man was none other than the previous clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Qiu. Unlike Lu Rui, who rose to the position due to his shocking talent in refining medicine, Lu Qiu rose to the position due to his powerful martial strength and became the previous clan leader of the Lu clan. Although Lu Qiu was not an alchemist, his martial Dao innate talent was extremely terrifying. Even now, nobody in the Lu clan knew how powerful this former clan leader who had voluntarily given up his position as the clan leader was. However, everyone knew about it. The Lu clan's 3 guardian elders and the 3 martial monarch powerhouses might not be a match for the former clan leader even if they joined forces. This former clan leader was the true guardian of the Lu clan. Former clan leader, please don't make things difficult for me. I've sworn on the 99 heavenly tribulation in front of Elder Duan that if I tell you about it, I'll be struck to death by the lightning punishment. Lu Rui said helplessly. Although he was the clan leader of the Lu clan, he could not compare to the old man in front of him in terms of status. The old man in front of him had a unique charisma in the Lu clan. As long as the old man said something, he would be pulled down from his position as the clan leader of the Lu clan. 99 heavenly tribulation? Lu Xuan raised his eyebrows when he heard Lu Rui's words. I was wondering who was the one who swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation and caused 9 claps of thunder to break my beautiful dream. So it's you, brat. Brat. In the current Lu clan, perhaps only Lu Qiu, the former clan leader, dared to call Lu Rui, the current clan leader, brat. Not only was Lu Rui not angry, but he even had an apologetic expression on his face. Former clan leader, I didn't know you were resting at that time. All right, there's no need for all these empty words. Lu Qiu waved his hand and interrupted Lu Rui's words. Then, his wise eyes gleamed as he said, since you swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation, it's only natural that you can't say it out loud. However, it won't be a problem for you to give me some hints. A sly smile appeared on Lu Qiu's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Former clan leader, you can't say that. Who knows, maybe my hints will allow you to guess Elder Duan's true identity, and the 99 heavenly tribulation will strike down the lightning punishment and kill me. Lu Rui said as he shook his head. True identity? The smile on Lu Qiu's face grew wider. Lu Rui smiled wryly. Only then did he realize that he had spilled the beans. Before this, the former clan leader definitely did not know that he was taking care of Elder Duan because of his true identity. It seems like our Elder Duan is not that simple. Let me think about it. As Lu Qiu muttered to himself, he began to rack his brain. A grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old who can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. Not only that, but he's also able to make a brat like you respect him. His true identity is undoubtedly someone that even you have to look up to. Lu Qiu frowned as he continued to ponder. The corner of Lu Rui's mouth twitched when he heard Lu Qiu muttering to himself. It did not cross his mind at all. The former clan leader managed to figure out so many clues based on that little bit of information. It seemed like he was getting closer to the truth. A grade 1 alchemist who can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. A grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old. Not only that, but his ability is so good that he can kill an 8th level void transformation martial artist, Lu Qiu muttered to himself as he continued to ponder. Chapter 1097. Lu Rui heard every single word that Lu Qiu muttered to himself. A wry smile appeared on the corner of Lu Rui's lips. He knew very well. If there were no accidents, the former clan leader should be able to guess Elder Duan's real identity. As though he was supporting Lu Rui's words, Lu Qiu, who was originally pacing back and forth while mumbling, suddenly came to a halt. His eyes narrowed right away. Lu Rui boy. Is he the person mentioned in the handbook left behind by the old ancestor? Soon after, Lu Qiu looked at Lu Rui and asked. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lu Rui nodding his head. He did not continue to ask since he had already gotten the answer he wanted. I can't believe. Our Lu clan has crossed paths with him again. After a moment of silence, Lu Qiu could not help but sigh. It was apparent that he had already guessed Duan Lingtian's real identity. As the former clan leader of the Lu clan, he knew very well the contents of the letter that only the clan leaders of the Lu clan could read. Moreover, he had even regarded the powerful person from 10,000 years ago as his idol. Now, his idol's reincarnation had appeared before his eyes. Former clan leader, what do you think of my choice now? Is it worth it? Lu Rui looked at Lu Qiu and asked with a smile. Bush. Lu Qiu raised his hand and shot out concept fragments one by one. They were the 4 types of concept fragments that Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan needed. In just a short while, he had already thrown out hundreds of them. However, there were only hundreds of them. These were all the concept fragments he had with him. Lu Rui boy, Hurry up and throw the remaining 4 types of concept fragments in your body into the formation. What are you looking at? Hurry up. Lu Qiu said to Lu Rui. However, he noticed that Lu Rui was staring at him in a daze. Yes. Lu Rui regained his senses and threw the remaining 4 types of concept fragments into the profound assimilation formation. He did not miss anything at all. The corner of Lu Rui's mouth was twitching nonstop. Even though Lu Qiu did not answer his question directly, Lu Qiu's actions showed that he agreed with his choice. From the beginning until now, there were at least 2,000 concept fragments that were thrown into the profound assimilation formation. It's about time, Lu Rui thought to himself. No, these concept fragments are still not enough. I'll go look for those 3 old fellows and knock them out of their stock. Right at this moment, Lu Qiu's voice sounded out by Lu Rui's ear. In the next moment, he felt a gust of wind blow by his side, and then Lu Qiu vanished completely. Just now, who was the one who questioned my choice? The corner of Lu Rui's mouth twitched again, and his expression became extremely strange. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was inside the profound assimilation formation, did not know what was happening outside. Even if he knew, he didn't have the time or energy to deal with it. At this moment, his spiritual energy had successfully merged with the profound assimilation formation, and he had begun to control it to a certain extent. Compared to when he was in the 5-element sect, it was much easier for him to control the profound assimilation formation now. Currently, the amount of concept energy he could absorb was no longer 1/10 of what he had absorbed in the past. With the strength of his spiritual energy, he could easily control more than 60% of the concept energy and merge it into his body to elevate the concept he had comprehended. Since his consciousness could now be divided into 3, he could absorb 3 different types of concept energy at the same time and elevate 3 different concepts. First, he threw the concept energy refined from the earth concept fragment aside and let it wait there. His other 3 concepts continued to elevate. Sword concept, wind concept, thunder concept. Although he had also comprehended the fire concept, he did not need to elevate it intentionally. As long as his wind concept was elevated, his fire concept would naturally elevate as well. After all, the fire concept was born from the wind concept. In the beginning, he could not help Xiongquan at all because he was absorbing the concept energy refined from the sword concept fragments. This was because Xiongquan also needed to absorb the concept energy refined from the sword concept fragment. Nobody knew how long had passed. It was only when Duan Lingtian's sword concept had successfully broken through to the 9th advanced level that he could finally begin to elevate Xiongquan's sword concept. The concept energy refined from the sword concept fragment through the profound assimilation formation was 60% controlled by Duan Lingtian. He had only absorbed a little, not even 10%, and he had successfully completed the breakthrough. After all, his sword concept had already broken through to the 8th level advanced stage. He was only 1 level away from reaching the peak. Naturally, then reaching the peak referred to the peak of the concept. The profound assimilation formation refined the concept fragment. The concept energy that filled the profound assimilation formation could only elevate one's concept to the 9th advanced level. It was impossible to elevate it further. Whoosh! When the concept energy refined from the sword concept fragment was controlled by Duan Lingtian, it was like a sharp sword piercing through the air and arrived in front of Xiongquan in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! Under the guidance of Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy, the concept energy merged into Xiongquan's body smoothly. Xiongquan, who was unaware of all this, quietly absorbed the concept energy that was delivered to his door. While Duan Lingtian was absorbing the other 3 concept energies and elevating the other 3 concepts, Xiongquan's sword concept was also elevating at an extremely fast speed. I can't believe Xiongquan's cultivation base has reached the void interpretation stage in such a short period of time due to the spirit fruits. Given more time, it won't be difficult for him to step into the void transformation stage. While Duan Lingtian greedily absorbed the 3 types of concept energy, he diverted his attention to think about other things. I wonder how many concept fragments the clan leader has thrown in here. The amount of concept energy refined by the profound assimilation formation is too much. Just the amount that I'm controlling is enough to elevate my 3 concepts to the 9th advanced level. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A few days ago, because the clan leader sent another spirit fruit for void transformation stage martial artists, I finally made a breakthrough to the 9th level void transformation stage successfully. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's attention had shifted to his cultivation base. When he came back from the outside previously, he had consumed a spirit fruit and successfully made a breakthrough to the 8th level void transformation stage. A few days ago, he had consumed another spirit fruit and successfully made a breakthrough to the 9th level void transformation stage. He was only a step away from the martial monarch stage. Now that I've comprehended the 9th advanced level sword concept, I can begin to comprehend the sword profundity through the sword profundity fragment. As long as I'm given time, I'll definitely make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was a little excited. He could not wait to take out the sword profundity fragment from his spatial ring and begin to comprehend the sword profundity. However, he managed to hold himself back in the end. The most important thing now is to elevate the other 3 concepts. If I can elevate all of them to the 9th advanced level, then I'll be able to comprehend the corresponding profundity through the corresponding profundity fragments. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was filled with motivation. Absorb, absorb, absorb again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was greedily absorbing the 3 majestic concept energy. He could clearly feel that his wind concept, thunder concept, and earth concept were constantly elevating. Time continued to pass by quietly. Even Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. All he knew was to absorb. He continued to absorb greedily. He knew nothing about what was happening outside. He also did not know that Cheng He, the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern Outerland, had arrived at the Lu clan and was waiting for him to appear. There were 2 figures standing outside the profound assimilation formation. One was a dignified middle-aged man while the other was a sage-like old man. Former clan leader, what's going on? The middle-aged man, who was the current clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, could not help but frown. He asked the old man next to him anxiously, "It's been 2 months. Why isn't Elder Duan out yet?" "Don't worry." The old man, who was the previous clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Qiu, was not as anxious as Lu Rui. He said calmly, "Don't forget who created this profound assimilation formation." Lu Rui was stunned when he heard Lu Qiu's words. After a while, he seemed to have recalled something. His eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, "I almost forgot." According to the records in the handbook left behind by the old ancestor, the profound assimilation formation was created by the reincarnation Emperor Wu himself. As the reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Elder Duan knows the profound assimilation formation very well. He'll definitely be able to get the most out of it in there. Lu Rui calmed down when he thought of this. The longer one stays in the profound assimilation formation, the greater the improvement. It seems like Elder Duan's going to soar this time. Lu Rui exclaimed, "It's our Lu clan's fortune to be able to meet Elder Duan. We must cherish this fortune." Lu Qiu said solemnly, "Understood." Lu Rui nodded. In fact, he understood this even without the former clan leader's reminder. "Clan leader." At this moment, an anxious voice resonated from outside. "Miss Tianwu is here." "Miss Tianwu?" Lu Rui was stunned at first before he smiled wryly. "It seems like even Miss Tianwu is getting impatient from waiting. Let her come in if she wants to." A moment later, a woman in red with a face that seemed to be covered by a layer of frost walked in. "Where's he?" Feng Tianwu looked at Lu Rui and asked coldly. Chapter 1098. Boom. Just as Lu Rui was looking at the profound assimilation formation, a burst of flame suddenly rose from Feng Tianwu's body. The flame rose and eventually formed the shape of a sword. The sword-shaped flame soared into the sky, and a scorching air wave rolled out in an imposing manner. For a moment, Lu Rui and Lu Qiu felt as though they were in a furnace, allowing the fire to burn them. Before they had time to react, they saw a woman in red with a peerless appearance and an extremely cold expression between her eyebrows make a move. the flame in her hand consolidated into a sword, and she slashed it at the profound assimilation formation. The 3-foot-long flame sword separated the airflow in its path, and a clear sword cry resonated in the air. However, although the sword contained an extremely powerful force, it was as though it had sunk into a ball of cotton when it landed on the profound assimilation formation. Bush, 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 bush. Feng Tianwu, whose beautiful face was covered with a layer of frost, was not discouraged by the failure of her first attack. The flame sword in her hand continued to slash out as though she did not know the meaning of exhaustion. After slashing out countless times, Feng Tianwu finally slowed down, and the flame sword in her hand dissipated. Lu Rui and Lu Qiu, who were standing at the side, were dumbstruck. Their eyes were fixed on the sky above Feng Tianwu's head. There, 8,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were gradually disappearing. Soon, they completely disappeared. The strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Lu Rui and Lu Qiu looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. It was apparent that Feng Tianwu's strength had shocked them. Demon Monarch. In the next moment, the same thought popped up in both of their minds at the same time. They guessed that Feng Tianwu was a demon. Not only that, but she was also a demon monarch stage powerhouse. In their opinion, Feng Tianwu looked like she was only in her early 20s. If she was a human, it was impossible for her to be a martial monarch powerhouse. However, they did not know. Although Feng Tianwu could cast the monarch stage profundity, her cultivation base was only at the first-level void transformation stage. Such a cultivation base was not worth mentioning in front of the 2 profundities she had mastered. It seems like the old fellow next to Lu Song wasn't killed by the powerhouse hiding behind Elder Duan as Elder Ji said. He must have been killed by Miss Tianwu. Unlike Lu Xuan, who was shocked, Lu Rui knew more and therefore thought more. Seeing that she could not break the profound assimilation formation, Feng Tianwu withdrew the 2 profundities that she was using to communicate and mobilize. She stood there quietly without moving at all. Time passed quietly, but Feng Tianwu still stood ramrod straight. From beginning to end, he did not move at all, as if he had turned into a statue. Lu Rui, do you know where she came from? Unknowingly, Lu Qiu was unable to restrain the curiosity in his heart and asked Lu Rui via voice transmission. I only know that she's Elder Duan's confidant. As for her exact background, I'm not sure either. Lu Rui replied through voice transmission. If I'm not mistaken, she must be a powerful demon monarch. Elder Duan is indeed the reincarnation of that person. He can even hook up with a demon monarch powerhouse and make her so loyal to him. Lu Qiu exclaimed as he communicated with Lu Rui through voice transmission. Lu Rui nodded in agreement. With the profound assimilation formation as the boundary, it was a completely different world inside and outside. In the outside world, there were people who were worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. In the inside world, Duan Lingtian was happily enjoying the baptism of the concept energy. Since he was in a semi-conscious state, he could feel the rapid elevation of his concept at every moment. The elevation of his concept also meant the elevation of his strength. Duan Lingtian enjoyed this feeling very much. While Duan Lingtian was absorbing the 3 types of concept energy to his heart's content, Xiong Quan, who was sitting cross-legged nearby, was also enjoying the baptism of the concept energy that was refined from the sword concept fragments. His sword concept was also elevating at a terrifying speed. However, it was different from Duan Lingtian, who could clearly feel the elevation of his concept at every moment. Currently, Xiong Quan was in a state of deep sleep. He was completely unaware of his elevation. He was passively absorbing the concept energy. Time passed by quietly. Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. All of a sudden, he shuddered and woke up from his stupor. My wind concept has also broken through to the 9th advanced level. Duan Lingtian did not open his eyes. As he lifted his hand gently, he could feel the aura of the wind surrounding his body. At this moment, the wind surrounding his body did not seem to be much different from the wind in nature. Duan Lingtian knew very well that this was the sign that his wind concept had reached its limit. The next step would be to comprehend the wind profundity. The wind profundity was the closest to the wind in nature. Right now, I'm already a true martial artist at the peak of the void. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he thought to himself. Although his strength was not inferior to an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the void before he entered the profound assimilation formation, that was only his strength. His cultivation base and the concept he had comprehended were far from a martial artist at the peak of the void. Right now, his cultivation base had entered the 9th level void transformation, and his two concepts had also broken through to the 9th advanced level. This was the symbol of a martial artist at the peak of the void. Although his strength was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the void, it was only comparable. He could not be considered a true martial artist at the peak of the void. At this moment, he could be considered a true martial artist at the peak of the void. Unknowingly, the green wind surrounding Duan Lingtian's body began to spin rapidly. It was as though it had transformed into a green divine dragon that was swimming around Duan Lingtian. Boom! All of a sudden, the green divine dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out a fiery red flame. The flame was vast and raging as it transformed into a divine dragon in just a blink of an eye. This divine dragon was a fiery red divine dragon. Whether it was the size or the aura emitted from the fiery red divine dragon, it was on par with the green divine dragon. It was the divine dragon transformed from the 9th advanced level fire concept. Duan Lingtian did not need to comprehend his fire concept separately. As long as his wind concept improved, his fire concept would improve as well. Just like now. After Duan Lingtian comprehended the 9th advanced level wind concept, his fire concept that he had never deliberately comprehended had also successfully broken through to the 9th advanced level. His fire concept was born from the wind concept. It was closely connected to the wind concept and would change according to the changes in the wind concept. After a while, the two divine dragons dissipated. Duan Lingtian withdrew the two concepts. Continue. I'll try to elevate my thunder concept to the 9th advanced level as soon as possible. After that, it'll be the earth concept. Since his sword concept and wind concept had both broken through to the 9th advanced level, Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness, continued to absorb the other two concepts. They were also the last two concept energy. His thunder concept and earth concept rose rapidly, and they chased after his sword concept and wind concept, gradually getting closer and closer. The southern part of the Liu clan's mansion was the place where the Liu clan entertained their guests. There were many independent mansions and courtyards here that were much smaller than the mansions. Those who came to the Liu clan and stayed in the mansion were usually people with a high status. They were treated as VIPs by the Liu clan. As for ordinary guests, they could only stay in independent courtyards without any servants to serve them. At this moment, an old man was sitting in a pavilion in the front courtyard of an independent mansion in the southern part of the mansion. The old man wore a silver robe and sat in front of a stone table as he quietly savored some fragrant tea. That elder Duan of your Liu clan is really arrogant. It seems like he really intends to make me wait for 3 to 5 months. The silver-robed old man suddenly looked at the servant girl by the side and said nonchalantly. Before the servant girl could respond, whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air in the pavilion. It was so sudden that it shocked the two servant girls standing at the side of the pavilion. Shall I interrogate the clan leader of Liu clan? The person who appeared was a middle-aged man in green. The middle-aged man looked at the silver-robed old man and asked tentatively, "There's no need for that." The silver-robed old man shook his head lightly. "We're here to look for someone, not to look for trouble. As the host, as the guest, I can wait. Moreover, I have a strong feeling that the elder from the Liu clan will be here soon." The silver-robed old man muttered to himself in a low voice. When the silver-robed old man was muttering to himself, the green-robed middle-aged man disappeared into thin air again. The two servant girls' expressions changed again. Their delicate bodies began to tremble in fear. Soon after, another month went by. In a spacious side hall of the Liu clan's mansion, the clouds that had gathered gradually dissipated. Soon after, the only person guarding the side hall, who was sitting cross-legged at a low altitude and cultivating, slowly opened her eyes. It was a pair of clear eyes that seemed to be able to charm all living things with just a glance. Apart from that, she had a beautiful face that could cause the downfall of a nation. However, her beautiful face was always covered with a layer of frost. She exuded a cold aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. As the clouds and mist dispersed, a high platform and two figures clearly appeared before her eyes. She completely ignored one of the middle-aged men. Her eyes immediately landed on the purple-clad young man. After that, she could not move her eyes away. It was as though she had taken root and sprouted on the purple-clad young man. At this moment, the purple-clad young man who was sitting cross-legged on the high platform opened his eyes and sighed in relief. His eyes were as bright as the stars, like a bright lamp that illuminated the dark night. Haha. Chapter 1099. The person who was laughing was none other than Xiongquan. Before Xiongquan entered the profound assimilation formation with Duan Lingtian, he had already learned from Duan Lingtian that the profound assimilation formation could elevate the concept of the martial artists who entered it. Now that he felt like he had been in a deep slumber for a long time, the first thing he did after waking up was to try to communicate and cast his sword concept. When he cast his sword concept, he looked at the swirling heaven and earth energy above his head. He witnessed the heaven and earth phenomenon solidifying into 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Just by relying on his sword concept, he was able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. This was the sign of the 9th level advanced sword concept. How could Xiongquan not be happy? Before he entered the profound assimilation formation, although he knew his sword concept would elevate, he did not expect it to elevate so much. It was directly elevated to the 9th level advanced stage, the peak of concept. The next step would be the sword profundity. Profundities were usually exclusive to martial monarchs. However, when Xiongquan saw the fire profundity and sword profundity that Feng Tianwu cast, he realized something. It was only then that he realized. Profundities were not exclusive to martial monarchs. Take Feng Tianwu as an example. He was only a first-level void transformation martial artist, but he had already comprehended 2 profundities. 2 monarch stage profundities, and they were not ordinary monarch stage profundities. What a joke! How could a monarch stage profundity that was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons be an ordinary monarch stage profundity? If one wanted to cast the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons with just 1 monarch stage profundity, one would have to comprehend it to the 3rd level. Feng Tianwu, a first-level void transformation martial artist, had comprehended the 3rd level monarch stage fire profundity and the 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity. Young master, my sword concept has broken through to the 9th level advanced stage. Soon, Xiongquan looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly and shared his joy with Duan Lingtian. At the same time, there was a hint of pride in the depths of his eyes. Not bad. Hearing Xiongquan's words, Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't reveal too much surprise. This was because Xiongquan's breakthrough was completely within his expectations. 9th level advanced sword concept? Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised, but that didn't mean that Feng Tianwu wasn't surprised. Although Feng Tianwu's face was still as cold as ever, there was a hint of surprise in the depths of her expressionless eyes. They were surprised by Xiongquan's breakthrough. In the past, Xiongquan had frequently displayed his sword concept before her, so she was very clear about the level of Xiongquan's sword concept. Yet now, Xiongquan had soared into the sky and comprehended the 9th level advanced sword concept. Young master, your comprehension ability is much better than Xiongquan's. This time, your improvement must be much greater. Soon after, Xiongquan calmed down a little and looked at Duan Lingtian. As soon as Xiongquan spoke, Feng Tianwu also looked at Duan Lingtian with curiosity in her eyes. She was curious about Duan Lingtian's breakthrough in the profound assimilation formation. It's all right. Upon hearing Xiongquan's words, Duan Lingtian only responded faintly before he looked at Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, why are you here? I was waiting for you. Feng Tianwu replied. She was a woman of few words. Ever since Feng Tianwu had lost her memory, although she had heard Duan Lingtian talk about her past, her character was still as cold as it was after she lost her memory. She was a person of few words. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he heard Feng Tianwu's short reply. Not only was he not surprised, but his heart could not help but tremble slightly at this moment. The two short words undoubtedly showed that Feng Tianwu had been waiting for him here for a long time. He could not help but feel touched as he muttered to himself, "Silly girl. Let's go back." All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. A hint of anxiety could be seen on his face as he called out to Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan before he walked out of the side palace. Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan could not help but be stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian had disappeared. They did not know why Duan Lingtian was in such a hurry all of a sudden. However, they still followed him with doubts in their hearts. After leaving the side palace, Duan Lingtian flew all the way to the east of the Lu clan's estate. His residence was in that direction. At this moment, he was eager to return home. Naturally, his eagerness to return home did not mean he missed his temporary home. Instead, he was eager to go back and comprehend the profundity through the profundity fragment. His current cultivation base had not just entered the 9th level void transformation stage. With the help of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the spirit fruit that he had consumed earlier, his current cultivation base had already reached the peak of the 9th level void transformation stage. He was only half a step away from the martial monarch stage. This half step was only missing the profundity. It could be said that everything was ready except for the final push. As long as he comprehended the profundity, his cultivation base would be able to successfully break through to the martial monarch stage. At that time, he would be able to become a martial monarch powerhouse. Not only did a martial monarch powerhouse possess strength that far surpassed ordinary martial artists, but they could also retain their youth forever. Retain their youth forever. What kind of concept was that? In other words, no matter how one looked when one broke through to the martial monarch stage, as long as one was willing, one could stay that way for the rest of one's life. A person who broke through to the martial monarch stage in his youth. As long as he was willing, even when he was about to die, his appearance would still be the same as when he broke through to the martial monarch stage in his youth. Of course, a powerhouse who had broken through to the martial monarch stage could also choose to let his appearance continue to age naturally. Many martial monarch powerhouses had indeed done so. On Cloud Continent, many martial artists broke through to the martial monarch stage in their middle age. As long as they were willing, they could still retain their appearance when they were about to die of old age. However, their lives did not only belong to them. When they saw their sons grow up and gradually become middle-aged and then old, their mentality would more or less change. Because of this, many people still chose to let their appearance age rapidly after breaking through to the martial monarch stage in order to match their descendants. Otherwise, what would it be like if they still had the appearance of a middle-aged man when their grandchildren were old? After all, no martial monarch powerhouse dared to guarantee that their sons and grandsons would break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse like them and retain their youth forever. Of course, there were also many martial monarch powerhouses who did not choose to retain their youth forever to match their wives. For example, if a martial monarch powerhouse saw his beloved wife grow old day by day, her teeth falling out, her hair turning white, and her face covered in wrinkles, he would still look like a middle-aged man. How would he feel then? Of course, every martial monarch powerhouse made a different choice. In the history of Cloud Continent, there had been some young martial monarch powerhouses who chose to retain their youthful appearance for the rest of their lives. They allowed their children who were over 70 years old to call them father, and allowed their grandchildren who seemed older than them to call them grandfather. They did not think there was anything wrong with this. In their opinion, seniority had nothing to do with external appearance. Martial monarch stage. Martial monarch stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was anxious to return home. He wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly back. However, on the way back, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly conflicted and vexed. Now, the sword concept, wind concept, lightning concept, and earth concept that I've comprehended have all broken through to the 9th level advanced concept. I have the profundity fragments that correspond to the profundities of these 4 concepts in my possession as well. My consciousness has been divided into three due to the aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet twice. For this reason, I can comprehend three different profundities through three different profundity fragments at the same time. Which three concepts should I choose first and let them transform into profundities? Annoying. Truly annoying. Duan Lingtian was extremely vexed now, extremely vexed. Why do four concepts have to break through to the 9th level advanced concept at the same time? Looks like sometimes, comprehending too many 9th level advanced concepts might not be a good thing. Duan Lingtian sighed. He was truly vexed. One could imagine. If Duan Lingtian's current thoughts were known by another person, that person would surely give him a slap without hesitation before scolding him for not appreciating his good fortune and being shameless. Of the three concepts, the wind concept must occupy a spot. I must comprehend the wind profundity through the wind profundity fragment in one go. Of course, it was the monarch stage profundity fragment and the monarch stage profundity. Although he had the emperor stage wind profundity fragment in his possession, he had no use for it at the moment. To be more precise, the emperor stage wind profundity fragment could only be used after he comprehended the 9th level monarch stage wind profundity. However, other than the 2nd level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity fragment that he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he still had an 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity fragment in his possession. The former was not useful to him now. The latter was useful to him. He planned to use the latter to comprehend the wind profundity in one go and break through to the martial monarch stage to become a martial monarch powerhouse. The reason he listed the wind concept as one of the three concepts he had to comprehend first was because of the wind concept. After he comprehended the wind profundity would be able to give birth to the fire profundity of the same level. Choosing to list the wind concept as one of the three concepts he was about to break through was undoubtedly a wise choice. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to the mansion that he had been staying in for a while. After greeting Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, he immediately returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. Chapter 1100. There were three profundity fragments. To be exact, there were three monarch stage profundity fragments. One of them was undoubtedly the monarch stage wind profundity fragment. The 9th level advanced wind concept could help him comprehend the monarch stage wind profundity in a short time. The wind concept was the concept that Duan Lingtian wanted to improve the most. As long as he could transform the wind concept into the wind profundity, it would be equivalent to him comprehending two profundities at once. Wind profundity, fire profundity. As for the other two fragments, one of them was undoubtedly the 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity fragment. Unlike the previous profundity fragment that he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, this profundity fragment was obtained by Duan Lingtian in the Sword Monarch's treasure. It was one of the three profundity fragments in the Tempest Sword Monarch's body. Duan Lingtian remembered. At that time, there were two other profundity fragments in the Tempest Sword Monarch's body. The 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind profundity fragment and the 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragment. He had traded the former for the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragment in his possession. He had given the latter to the 5-element sect to repay the favor. This sword profundity fragment was also the only sword profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's possession. The reason he urgently wanted to complete the breakthrough of his sword concept and transform it into the sword profundity was because of the word sword that Sword Saint Feng Qinyang left behind in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He forcefully memorized part of the obscure information in the word sword so he could comprehend it at any time. The word sword contained the sword Dao comprehension that could help him improve his sword concept and sword profundity. It was because of this that he chose to comprehend the sword profundity first. He had a strong instinct. As long as he comprehended the sword profundity and comprehended the sword Dao comprehension in the word sword in the future, his sword profundity would improve by leaps and bounds. The last fragment that Duan Lingtian chose was the 8th level Monarch Stage Earth profundity fragment. The profound meaning of earth was the same as the concept of earth. As long as one was close to the ground, one could communicate with the earth and borrow its power. The earth power he had borrowed was half of the earth power Upanishad. Choosing the Earth Upanishad fragment was logical. The Thunder Upanishad fragment was temporarily abandoned by Duan Lingtian. I'll comprehend these 3 profundities first. Soon after, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes gently. While he was meditating, he comprehended 3 different profundities through the 3 different profundity fragments. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 9th level void transformation, and he had comprehended 5 types of 9th level void transformation concepts. Among the group of martial artists at the peak of the void stage on Cloud Continent, he was undoubtedly an anomaly. Once the 5 9th level void transformation concepts exerted pressure on each other, it was easy for Duan Lingtian to comprehend a profundity on his own. However, compared to using the profundity fragment to comprehend the profundity, it was still slightly inferior. The most important thing was, Duan Lingtian could comprehend 3 different profundities through 3 different profundity fragments at the same time. The speed at which he comprehended the profundity was much faster than the former. Elder Duan. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to comprehend the 3 profundities in one go, a hurried voice resonated from outside the room. The clan leader is here. He's waiting for you in the main hall. Clan leader? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and frowned. Then he relaxed. Why did he have to come at this time? Although Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he still put away the 3 profundity fragments and stopped comprehending. He got off the bed and walked out of the room. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the main hall. Elder Duan, you've finally come out of the profound assimilation formation after 3 months. I'm sure Elder Duan has gained a lot this time, right? The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, he did not show much joy on his face. Gained a lot? Of course. After the baptism of the profound assimilation formation, he had successfully raised the 4 concepts that he had comprehended to the peak, which was the 9th level advanced concept. Moreover, since his wind concept could give birth to the fire concept at the same level, it was equivalent to him mastering 5 9th level advanced concepts at the same time. 5 9th level advanced concepts were equivalent to 5 9th level void transformation concepts. What kind of concept was that? In other words, even if he did not use his origin energy, did not consider borrowing the earth energy with his earth concept, and did not consider borrowing the wind concept from the fire concept. Once the 5 9th level void transformation concepts were unleashed, it was equivalent to the strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with the earth energy and the wind concept from the fire concept, it was even more terrifying. Right now, I should be invincible among those below the martial monarch realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elder Duan, I shouldn't have disturbed you since you've just come out of the profound assimilation formation. Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian and said slowly. When he spoke up to this point, Duan Lingtian looked at him meaningfully, giving him a knowing look. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly as he paused for a moment. However, I really have no choice this time. President Cheng, I've been waiting for you for 3 months. Lu Rui continued. At the same time, a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. President Cheng? You've been waiting for me for 3 months? Upon hearing Lu Rui's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled. Who's that? Why did you wait for me for so long? President Cheng is the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. Just like you, he's also a grade 1 alchemist. Lu Rui answered Duan Lingtian's question. The president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land? Why is he looking for me? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. His tone was filled with displeasure. He was supposed to be comprehending 3 types of profundities through the 3 profundity fragments. However, the president of the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild had interrupted him and ruined his plans. For a moment, he had a bad impression of the president of the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild's main guild whom he had never met before. He didn't say. However, I'm sure it has something to do with the grade 1 pill that has more than 90% purity that you refined, Elder Duan. Lu Rui speculated. Duan Lingtian nodded. This was the only possibility after he thought about it. Go and tell him. Tell him I'm not interested in seeing him no matter what kind of president he is. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. His tone was filled with indifference. Let alone the president of the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild's main guild. He would not even bother with the president of the Inlands Alchemist Guild's main guild. I've come all the way here just to have a chat with you, Elder Duan, and share my experience in refining medicine. Why must you reject me, Elder Duan? Before Lu Rui could speak, a loud laughter resonated from outside the main hall. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui saw two figures walking into the main hall. The person in the lead was an old man in a silver robe. Following behind him was a middle-aged man dressed in green. Unlike the old man who had a bright smile on his face, the middle-aged man in green had a cold expression on his face. The voice earlier was obviously from the silver-robed old man. Lu Rui's face turned grave when he saw the sudden appearance of the two people. Although this was Elder Duan's temporary residence, it was still the Lu clan's territory no matter what. The two of them had entered without Elder Duan's permission. Not only was it disrespectful to Elder Duan, but it was also a slap to the Lu clan's face. Elder Duan, my name is Qing He. I'm the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the Southern Outer Land. After a while, the silver-robed old man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and introduced himself. As for this man behind me, he's a guard assigned to me by the Alchemist Guild in the Inner Land. His name is Leng Qi Qing. He did not seem to notice Duan Lingtian's gradually darkening expression. After introducing himself, he continued to introduce the middle-aged man in green, Leng Qi. When Leng Qi heard Cheng He's introduction, he lifted his head slightly and nodded at Duan Lingtian calmly as a greeting. Elder Duan, please don't blame Leng Qi for his character. Cheng He looked at Duan Lingtian, and the smile on his face grew wider. What does his character have to do with me? You, on the other hand, have barged into my main hall without my permission. Duan Lingtian looked at Cheng He coldly. When he reached this point, he paused for a moment before he continued, Didn't your parents teach you any manners? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lu Rui, who was standing next to him, was completely petrified. Although he could see that Elder Duan was furious, he did not expect Elder Duan to be so rude. The old man in front of him was the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the Southern Outer Land. He was the best grade 1 alchemist in the entire Southern Outer Land. Of course, this was before Elder Duan appeared. However, Elder Duan was a distinguished grade 1 alchemist after all. Elder Duan's words were undoubtedly a slap to his face. When Lu Rui thought about it, he felt relieved. Only then did he recall that Elder Duan was not an ordinary person. In front of Elder Duan's past life when he was at his peak 10,000 years ago, someone like Cheng He was not even fit to carry Elder Duan's shoes. When Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the smile on Cheng He's face froze instantly. His expression turned grave. As for the middle-aged man in green behind Cheng He, his eyes gleamed coldly when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. An intimidating aura extended from his body. It was as sharp as a sword as it charged at Duan Lingtian. Wherever the aura passed, the air seemed to condense. As for Duan Lingtian, his expression did not change at all. He did not treat this as a big deal at all. However, although Duan Lingtian did not treat this as a big deal, it did not mean that others would not treat it as a big deal as well. A gust of wind blew past. Lu Rui moved and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Boom! The majestic aura pressed on Lu Rui's body, causing his face to turn red. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1101. Boom! Lu Rui was injured by Leng Qi's aura and spat out a mouthful of blood. Leng Qi's aura swept out again and landed on him, forcing him to take a few steps back. Barf! Barf! Every time Lu Rui took a step back, he would spit out a mouthful of dazzling blood. At the same time, his face became extremely pale, without any color to speak of. Boom! Lu Rui's eyes were filled with despair when he saw Leng Qi's third wave of aura sweeping out. Although he was a martial artist at the peak of the void, he was nothing in front of a martial monarch powerhouse whose strength was even stronger than the 3 great guardian elders of the Lu clan. Perhaps, in the eyes of a martial monarch powerhouse like this, he was just an ant that could be easily killed. Not only that, but Leng Qi's aura was enough to suppress him to the point of suffocation and even kill him. If this happened a few more times, it was not impossible for Leng Qi to kill him with just his aura alone. Just when Lu Rui thought he was going to die, he felt a gust of wind coming from the side. At the same time, a purple figure stood in front of him and shielded him. Elder Duan. Horror dawned on Lu Rui when he saw the familiar figure. The only reason he had stood up for Elder Duan was to help him. And now, seeing that everything he did just now was useless, he immediately became anxious. However, in the next moment, the shock on his face froze. God, what did he just see? The purple-clad young man stood in front of him and allowed Leng Qi's aura to land on him. He was not affected at all. He stood there motionless like a mountain. Elder Duan is so strong? Lu Rui was in disbelief. Although he knew Elder Duan's background, and he knew Elder Duan had killed an 8th-level Void Transformation Stage Elder from the Lu clan some time ago, and his strength was extraordinary. In his opinion, Elder Duan's cultivation base was on par with his at the peak of the Void at most. However, the scene today had undoubtedly overturned his opinion of Elder Duan. As expected of the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he's already at the martial monarch stage at such a young age. Since Duan Lingtian could withstand Leng Qi's aura head-on, Lu Rui guessed that Duan Lingtian was a martial monarch powerhouse. If he found out that Duan Lingtian was not a martial monarch powerhouse, he wondered what kind of expression he would have. On the other side, Duan Lingtian didn't seem to be affected by Leng Qi's aura. Cheng He, who had maintained a calm expression from beginning to end, was startled at first, then his expression turned solemn. Who is he? Not only is he a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age, but he's also able to withstand Leng Qi's aura. At this moment, Cheng He was completely shocked by Duan Lingtian. When Leng Qi realized that his aura couldn't do anything to Duan Lingtian, there was a slight change in his expression. All of a sudden, Leng Qi took a step forward and extended his hand at lightning speed toward Duan Lingtian. Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, the heaven and earth energy above Leng Qi stirred and set off a series of thunderous explosions. It was as though it was telling the world how powerful his strength was. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave when he saw Leng Qi's hand reaching toward him. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. Currently, his strength had increased tremendously. Although he was facing a martial monarch powerhouse like Leng Qi, his heart was as calm as still water. However, although Duan Lingtian's mood was calm, his expression was extremely solemn. He could tell. This Leng Qi was no ordinary martial monarch powerhouse. At the very least, it would be difficult for him to fight against an ordinary martial monarch powerhouse with his current strength. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to retreat, the short-lived sound of a sword whistling entered his ears. He could not help but be stunned when he felt that the sword whistling sound was somewhat familiar. In the next moment, he saw a sword-shaped flame charging toward Leng Qi in a menacing manner. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the sword-shaped flame. He recognized the person. It was Feng Tianwu. To be more precise, it was Feng Tianwu who had lost her memory. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. However, he did not charge toward Leng Qi, nor did he chase after Feng Tianwu, who was charging toward Leng Qi with her sword. His target was Cheng He, who was standing quietly at the side and watching the show. Whirlwind. In an instant, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as he charged toward Cheng He. He did not hold back at all as he unleashed all of his strength. When the 5 9th-level Void Transformation concepts were unleashed, it was equivalent to the strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Among them, the 9th-level Advanced Earth concept borrowed the Earth energy to increase the strength of an additional 500 ancient horned dragons. Fire with Wind. As the 9th-level Advanced Wind concept merged with the 9th-level Advanced Fire concept, the latter skyrocketed. Its aura was vast, and it increased the strength of an additional 500 ancient horned dragons. In other words, Duan Lingtian unleashed all of the concepts that he had comprehended. It was equivalent to the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with the 9th level void transformation origin energy that was equivalent to the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons, the speed that Duan Lingtian displayed was equivalent to the strength of 7,200 ancient horned dragons. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that Cheng He, whose cultivation base was only at the first-level martial monarch stage, could not react in time. An ordinary first-level martial monarch stage martial artist. His origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. A first-level monarch stage profundity was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Two 9th-level void transformation concepts were equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. In total, it was equivalent to the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons. Cheng He was exactly this kind of person. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's speed was much faster than Cheng He's speed when he was propelled by the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was already close to Cheng He. On the other hand, in the face of Feng Tianwu's ferocious sword, Leng Qi, who initially wanted to kill Feng Tianwu, had a drastic change of expression when he realized Cheng He was in a predicament. His heart was burning with anxiety. In the next instant, the anxious Leng Qi hurriedly slapped his palm out to meet the ferocious sword in Feng Tianwu's hand. As the palm print shot out, Cheng He quickly dashed to the other side. His sharp gaze shifted from Feng Tianwu to Duan Lingtian. Boom! The palm print that shot out collided with the sword in Feng Tianwu's hand that contained the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Not only did it annihilate the energy in Feng Tianwu's sword, but it also forced Feng Tianwu to take a few steps back. For a moment, Feng Tianwu's face turned pale. Her body was shaking. It was obvious that she had suffered a serious internal injury. "Don't kill him." At this moment, a hurried voice resonated in the air. It caused Feng Tianwu and Lu Rui's expressions to change drastically. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air, causing Feng Tianwu's heart to tremble. Panic filled her eyes. In the distance, the purple-clad young man who had resolutely chosen to pounce on Cheng He when he saw that Feng Tianwu was in a dangerous situation was sent flying by Leng Qi's palm strike. Ouch! Duan Lingtian, who was sent flying backward like an arrow, leaving the bowstring as blood spurted out of his mouth. All he could feel was a heart-wrenching pain coming from his body. It was a terrible feeling. Initially, it was his chest that was injured. Then, it was his internal organs. In the end, it spread to his entire body. Unbearable. That was the only thought in Duan Lingtian's mind at that moment. In the end, Duan Lingtian, who could not mobilize his origin energy due to his injury, was sent flying by the energy that surged into his body from Leng Qi's palm strike. He flew all the way until he finally fell hard on the ground. A figure that looked like a flame immediately pounced on Duan Lingtian. Although the red-clothed woman did not say anything, the anxiety between her brows undoubtedly betrayed her current mood. "Elder Duan." Horror dawned on Lu Rui's face as he hurriedly followed up. When he flew toward Duan Lingtian, who had fallen on the ground due to his injury, a strange bead appeared in his hand. He crushed the bead as soon as it appeared. If Duan Lingtian saw the bead, he would definitely recognize it at first glance. It was a bead that was inscribed with a detection inscription. As long as he crushed it, someone would immediately notice it and rush over. There were only a few people in the entire Lu clan who could make Lu Rui crush the bead to summon them. Moreover, they were all at the martial monarch stage or above. Fine. After consuming the grade 1 life recovery pill that he had personally refined, Duan Lingtian, who was originally lying limp on the ground like a pile of mud, was miraculously able to stand up. As expected of a grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity. Cheng He's eyes lit up when he saw that. His breathing quickened involuntarily. One could imagine. If he could obtain the method to refine grade 1 pills with such high purity, his position in the Alchemist Guild on Cloud Continent would definitely rise. In the future, it would not be impossible for him to become the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's highest headquarters on Cloud Continent and be worshipped by countless alchemists. I'm determined to obtain the method to refine high-purity pills. Cheng He's eyes gradually became determined. This was the reason why he had asked Ling Qi not to kill Duan Lingtian earlier. He wanted to pry the method to refine high-purity pills out of Duan Lingtian's mouth. If Duan Lingtian died, his trip here would be in vain. As for Duan Lingtian, it was precisely because he had seen through Cheng He's thoughts that he risked his life and used the strategy of attacking Wei to rescue Zhao to rescue Feng Tianwu. If he had not done that, Feng Tianwu would definitely die. He did not doubt that at all. He had undoubtedly risked his life by doing that. However, he had wanted to gamble that Cheng He would stop Ling Qi from killing him. As it turned out, he had made the right bet. Duan Ling, since you don't want the respect I've shown you, don't blame me for falling out with you. Chapter 1102. Cheng He finally tore off his last disguise and revealed his purpose of coming to the Lu clan to look for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had already guessed Cheng He's purpose, so he was not surprised. Lu Rui, who was standing at the side, had a strange expression on his face when he heard Cheng He's words. Others might not know how Duan Lingtian could become a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age and refine grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity. However, Lu Rui knew about it very well. Duan Lingtian was a powerful alchemist who had cultivated the medicine refinement Dao to its peak in his previous life. Now that he had reincarnated with his memories, he did not have to start over on the medicine refinement Dao. In this life, he was a born medicine refinement master. As long as his cultivation base was sufficient, he could condense pill fire of any grade at any time and become an alchemist of any grade. This Cheng He seems to think Elder Duan has some special method to refine pills with more than 90% purity at such a young age. As the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui had a clear and wise mind. It was easy for him to guess Cheng He's thoughts. He knew that Cheng He was simply wasting his efforts. This was because it was almost impossible for anyone to replicate Elder Duan's method of refining pills with more than 90% purity. It was an achievement achieved by a powerful person in the past who had spent his entire life. If I don't tell you the method of refining pills with more than 90% purity, don't tell me you're going to kill me to silence me? Duan Lingtian was not afraid when he heard Cheng He's words. Instead, he asked calmly, I will first kill everyone around you that you care about. Then I will slowly torture you. When you have a mental breakdown, I will kill you. Cheng He said coldly as his eyes gleamed coldly. When Cheng He said this, he looked at Feng Tianwu meaningfully. Duan Lingtian's expression changed immediately. A dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it would die. Duan Lingtian's reverse scale was none other than the people he cared about around him. If someone wanted to kill him and he was no match for them, he would accept it without a second thought. However, he would never allow anyone to kill the people he cared about around him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He stared at Cheng He coldly and said word by word, Cheng He, you're playing with fire. Playing with fire. Playing with fire would burn oneself. There was no doubt that Duan Lingtian's words meant this. Playing with fire? Cheng He smiled brightly. I don't know about other things, but I'm pretty sure I know how to play with fire. I can even control a first-grade elixir fire, let alone an ordinary fire. When Cheng He reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. It was as though he was laughing at Duan Lingtian's words. Have you made your decision? Cheng He's eyes stared at Duan Lingtian again as his voice gradually turned cold. Arrogant. You're just a piece of trash who's trying to intimidate others. Duan Lingtian said word by word as he glanced at Cheng He in disdain. His face was filled with disdain. Every word he said was merciless. That won't work on me. However, Cheng He did not seem to mind Duan Lingtian calling him a piece of trash. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes. You're just trying to infuriate me so that I'll fight with you. Although I don't know how you're so strong at such a young age, I know that I'm not as good as you, so I won't be so stupid as to fall for your trick. Cheng He said unhurriedly with an expression that said, I've seen through you long ago. Duan Lingtian's expression did not look too good after Cheng He saw through him. However, he seemed to have noticed something. He raised an eyebrow before he recovered. Bush, bush, bush. At this moment, 3 gusts of wind blew into the main hall. 3 old figures appeared next to Lu Rui and Duan Lingtian. They were 3 old men. One was as round as a ball, one was as thin as a bamboo pole, and the last one had a medium build. Duan Lingtian was familiar with the 3 old men. They were the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders. Lu Yuan, Lu Gui, and Lu Ji. All 3 of them were at the martial monarch stage. They were the pillars of the Lu clan. Clan leader, Elder Duan, Miss Tianwu. After the 3 of them appeared, they greeted Lu Rui, Duan Lingtian, and Feng Tianwu one after another. Then, they looked at Cheng He and Leng Qi who were standing opposite them vigilantly. They had rushed over as soon as they saw the clan leader of Lu clan crushing the bead that was inscribed with the induction inscription. As the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders, they knew the current clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, very well. They knew that if Lu Rui hadn't met with some serious or urgent matter, he definitely wouldn't have crushed that pearl on his own accord. Due to this reason, they rushed over as soon as they could without any hesitation. Soon, another gust of wind blew into the hall. Following that, an aged figure appeared. It was an old man with white hair and brows, and he seemed to have a sage-like demeanor. The sage-like old man stood next to Lu Rui. His face was calm like an ancient well. Former clan leader. When the old man appeared, whether it was the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, or the other 3 guardian elders of Lu clan, all of them bowed at him respectfully. The old man was the previous clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Qiu. Former clan leader? The previous clan leader of Lu clan? Duan Lingtian stood at the side. He was slightly shocked. He did not expect the previous clan leader of Lu clan to still be alive. Moreover, he was staying in the Lu clan. The people from the Alchemist Guild are really arrogant. I can't believe they came to our Lu clan to behave atrociously. After Lu Qiu nodded at Lu Rui and the others, he shifted his gaze and glanced at Cheng He and Leng Qi indifferently. There was a hint of anger in his voice. I've long heard that the former clan leader is the strongest person in Lu clan. Now that I've seen you in person, I can see how impressive you are. Cheng He forced a smile on his face and greeted Lu Qiu. However, Lu Qiu ignored him. Instead, he looked at the green-clad middle-aged man, Leng Qi, who was standing next to him. Without warning, Lu Qiu made his move. He moved without any warning. It was as though he had transformed into a cannonball that had just left the barrel as he charged toward Leng Qi. Whoosh. When Lu Qiu made his move, Leng Qi moved as well. It was as though he had transformed into a cannonball as he charged toward Lu Qiu fearlessly. At the same time, both of their figures disappeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian and the others saw Lu Qiu and Leng Qi separated. Both of them took 5 steps back before they regained their footing and stared at each other fiercely. At the instant the 2 of them separated, waves of vast airwaves swept out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into gusts of violent winds that blew Duan Lingtian and the others' robes, causing them to flutter loudly. The heaven and earth energy that had yet to gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon in the air dissipated without a trace. Everyone present knew very well what had happened. Although the incident happened in just a blink of an eye, it was obvious that Lu Qiu and Leng Qi had exchanged blows, and it was a draw. No wonder you dare to behave atrociously in our Lu clan. So you're actually so powerful. Lu Qiu said as he looked at Leng Qi deeply. You're not bad yourself. Leng Qi's expression was still as cold as ever. However, when he looked at Lu Qiu, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. The brief exchange between Lu Qiu and Leng Qi ended in a draw. At this moment, the smile on Cheng He's face completely froze. Although he knew Lu Qiu, the former clan leader of Lu clan, was the strongest person in the Lu clan, he did not expect Lu Qiu to be so powerful. His strength was on par with Leng Qi. Damn this Lu Qiu. Cheng He cursed in his heart. Just a little bit more, and his 3 months of waiting would have been for nothing. All of this was because of the appearance of the former clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Qiu. If it was not for Lu Qiu, he might have succeeded. The former clan leader is indeed worthy of being the strongest person in the Lu clan. His reputation is well-deserved. Cheng He is impressed. Although Cheng He was cursing Lu Qiu in his heart, he said something else with a fake smile on his face from the beginning until the end. After Lu Qiu appeared, Cheng He realized that he had lost the upper hand. He didn't stay any longer and left with Leng Qich. Thank you, former clan leader. Duan Lingtian regained his senses when he saw Cheng He and old man Leng Qi leaving so quickly. He immediately looked at Lu Qiu and thanked him with a smile. You're welcome, Elder Duan. When Duan Lingtian thanked Lu Qiu felt slightly flattered. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian noticed something was amiss with the way Lu Qiu looked at him. When he saw the flattered expression on Lu Qiu's face, he was even more certain of his discovery. Don't tell me he knows my true identity as well? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. That's not right. The clan leader once swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation that he would never reveal my true identity. If that's the case, how did the former clan leader find out? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. In the end, he could not help but ask Lu Rui through voice transmission. He learned many things from Lu Rui, including the fact that the former clan leader had guessed his true identity. I see. Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened. The confusion in his heart gradually disappeared. In the sky above the Lu clan's estate, 2 figures left one after another. It was as though they had transformed into 2 short-lived bolts of lightning. They were none other than Cheng He and Leng Qi, who had just left the Lu clan's estate. However, the direction they were flying in was not the direction of the Alchemist Guild. Lu clan. Lu Qiu. I'll never let this matter rest. Cheng He muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly. Let's go. We'll go to the O clan. After that, we'll make a trip to the Weapons Craftsman Guild headquarters in the southern outer land. Chapter 1103. Are you feeling better? After the Lu clan's upper echelons left, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu, who had just consumed the Grade 1 life recovery pill, with concern. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded lightly. At this moment, the frost on her beautiful face that could cause the downfall of a nation melted a little, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Why did you do that earlier? In next to no time, Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted as she looked straight at Duan Lingtian. What do you mean, why did I do that? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not know what Feng Tianwu was asking. Just now? If you didn't make a move on that old man in time, that person wouldn't have shown mercy to me. Feng Tianwu said. As the person involved, she knew very well what had happened earlier. Duan Lingtian had done that to save her. Naturally, she could tell that it was very risky for him to do that. It was very likely that he would be killed after saving her. I won't let anything happen to you. Duan Lingtian's answer was very simple and straightforward. I won't let anything happen to you. This short sentence caused Feng Tianwu's heart to tremble violently for a moment. Following that, she felt a strong sense of happiness. At that moment, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian with a gentler gaze. Moreover, you only made a move on him because you wanted to save me. If anything happens to you because of this, I won't be able to explain it to Uncle Feng, and I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Feng Tianwu lightly nodded, and when she faced Duan Lingtian now, there wasn't much coldness left on her peerlessly beautiful face. Young master, what's going on? However, when a loud and clear voice came from outside, it was Xiong Quan who had arrived late. The frost on Feng Tianwu's face rose once again, emitting an ice-cold aura. It was obvious that she only accepted Duan Lingtian. She did not accept anyone else other than Duan Lingtian. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Small matter? Xiong Quan frowned when he saw the blood all over the ground in the main hall. How could it be a small matter when there was so much blood? Young master, are you hurt? Xiong Quan asked anxiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a concerned expression. That's someone else's blood, Duan Ling Tian said. Of course, he added in his heart, most of it is someone else's blood. Someone else's blood was Lu Rui's blood. As for the rest, it was the blood he spat out after being injured by Leng Qi. In order not to worry Xiong Quan, he did not explain in detail. Xiong Quan heaved a sigh of relief. I'm going back to my room to cultivate. Feng Tianwu left after bidding her farewells to Duan Ling Tian, and she left in a hurry. Young master, I'm going back to my room to cultivate as well. After Xiong Quan confirmed that Duan Ling Tian was fine, he was also in a hurry to return to his room to cultivate. He only hoped that he could raise his cultivation as soon as possible so that he could help his young master better. Go. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan left, Duan Ling Tian was the only one left in the main hall. Cheng He Leng Qi. Duan Ling Tian's face darkened instantly. His eyes flashed with a cold light as if he was about to devour someone. If he could, he wanted to kill the two of them with his own hands. From the moment Cheng He used the people around him to threaten him and touched his reverse scale, he had already treated Cheng He as a dead man. If he had the chance, he would not let Cheng He live. As for Leng Qi, although he was just a lackey, he would not let him go since he dared to hurt Tianwu. My strength is still too weak. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could only hate himself for being too weak. If he had the strength to defeat Leng Qi today, none of this would have happened. I'll continue to comprehend the profundity through the profundity fragments. As long as I can comprehend the wind profundity, sword profundity, and earth profundity, my strength will be raised to another level. At that time, my origin energy will transform, and my cultivation base will officially enter the martial monarch stage. As long as I enter the martial monarch stage, the overbearing medicinal effect of the rebirth pill hidden in the depths of my dantian will erupt. At that time, my cultivation base will be raised at a tremendous speed. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. In the end, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he left the main hall and returned to his room. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian immediately took out the 3 profundity fragments and comprehended 3 different profundities at the same time. Once the 3 concepts complete their transformation and become profundities, and I step into the first level martial monarch stage, my strength will undergo an earth-shattering change. Duan Lingtian was 100% sure about this. He was preparing to elevate the 3 concepts. Even if it was only the first level monarch stage profundity, he would have an additional strength of 1,000 ancient horn dragons if he upgraded any of them to profundity. Compared to before he broke through, it was twice as much. 3 profundities would give him an additional strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Moreover, as long as he comprehended the first level monarch stage wind profundity, he would be able to cultivate the first level monarch stage fire profundity. It was equivalent to elevating 4 concepts to profundities at the same time. 4 9th-level void transformation concepts compared to 4 first-level monarch stage profundities. The former was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 ancient horn dragons, while the latter was equivalent to 8,000 ancient horn dragons. They were completely different. If the latter was combined with the earth energy from the first-level monarch stage earth profundity and the additional strength from the first-level monarch stage fire profundity due to the wind profundity, it would be equivalent to the strength of 10,000 ancient horn dragons. All of this was just the strength of the profundity. Once the origin energy of a first-level martial monarch stage was unleashed, it would be equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horn dragons. If the quasi-royal grade spirit sword doubled the strength, it would be equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horn dragons. At that time, in addition to the 9th-level advanced thunder concept, Duan Lingtian would be able to exert the strength of 15,000 ancient horn dragons if he unleashed his full strength. Of course, the heaven and earth phenomenon would also undergo earth-shattering changes. Just like how one ancient horn dragon's silhouette replaced 10,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes, a new heaven and earth phenomenon would also appear to replace the 10,000 ancient horn dragon silhouettes. The strength of 15,000 ancient horned dragons. It should be enough to fight Leng Qi. However, it's still not enough to defeat him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Although he couldn't detect Leng Qi's exact cultivation base with his psychic power, he could roughly tell how strong Leng Qi was from Leng Qi's attacks one after another. Leng Qi and the former clan leader didn't use any spirit weapons when they fought. However, I can roughly estimate that their strength is more than 10,000 ancient horned dragons. Their cultivation base should be around the 4th level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian speculated. At that time, Leng Qi and Lu Qiu fought with all their might. Their strength was short-lived. The turbulent heaven and earth energy did not have time to gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon. For this reason, they did not reveal their actual strength. All of this was just Duan Lingtian's judgment. However, Duan Lingtian had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes worth of memories after all. His judgment was not far from the truth. Days went by. Duan Lingtian's mansion seemed to have regained its peace. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, would visit occasionally and deliver spirit fruits that were meant for void transformation stage martial artists. Most of these spirit fruits were in Feng Tianwu's hands. As for the spirit fruits that Feng Tianwu had consumed before, they were in Xiong Quan's hands. Naturally, Xiong Quan's cultivation base had yet to break through to the void transformation stage, so he did not need these spirit fruits for the time being. Currently, Xiong Quan was working hard to break through to the void interpretation stage. Currently, he had already comprehended the 9th level advanced sword concept. The next step would be the sword profundity. Without the help of the profundity fragment, it was almost impossible for him to break through. Due to this reason, he was currently focused on improving his cultivation base and using the spirit fruits to further improve his cultivation base. Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan's strength continued to improve. As for Duan Lingtian, ever since Qing He and Leng Qi left that day, he had locked himself in his room and only went out once. When he went out that time, he ordered the servant girl to pass the spirit fruits that Lu Rui would deliver to Feng Tianwu. After that, he did not go out again. Elder Duan is still in closed-door cultivation? Many of the Lu clan's elders who came to ask Duan Lingtian for advice on the medicine refinement Dao came in high spirits. However, when they left, they were all disappointed. In the beginning, many of the Lu clan's elders thought Duan Lingtian would only be in closed-door cultivation for a few days. However, in the next 3 months, they did not see Duan Lingtian at all. In the end, they were certain that Duan Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation. Immediately, the group of Lu clan's medicine refinement masters and elders no longer came to visit. Instead, they stayed at home and waited for news. They had already bribed the few servant girls in Duan Lingtian's mansion. As soon as Duan Lingtian came out of closed-door cultivation, the servant girls would inform them immediately. Elder Duan is still in closed-door cultivation? Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, who came to Duan Lingtian's mansion again, could not help but smile wryly when he found out that Duan Lingtian was still in closed-door cultivation. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. I'm afraid I can't continue with that bounty anymore. The grade 1 life recovery pills that Elder Duan refined earlier are almost used up. Lu Rui, who had just walked out of the mansion, sighed. He asked me to give it to you. At this moment, a cold voice entered Lu Rui's ears. Then, Lu Rui heard an ear-piercing wind whistling behind him. It sounded as though something was flying toward him. He turned around hastily and raised his hand in the air. Lu Rui caught the thing that was flying toward him and realized it was a spatial ring. It was a spatial ring that did not have an owner. It's her. From the corner of his eyes, Lu Rui happened to see a fiery red figure disappearing into the depths of the mansion. This figure was not unfamiliar to him. It was Feng Tianwu. Chapter 1104. Elder Duan gave it to me? Soon after, Lu Rui's gaze returned to the spatial ring in his hand. He realized the cheech that Feng Tianwu mentioned was their Lu clan's first interim elder, Duan Lingtian. Lu Rui pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood to claim ownership of the spatial ring before he looked inside. 10 pill bottles were neatly arranged there. Opening the pill bottle, he could see many pills inside. These pills were flickering with a faint light. They were all pills that he was very familiar with. Grade 1 life recovery pills. It seems like Elder Duan is already prepared. Lu Rui shook his head and smiled before he turned around and left. In the northern mountain land, above the vast sky, 5 figures flew across the sky as fast as lightning. They were 5 travel-worn people who had come from afar. 3 of them were leading the group while a green-clad middle-aged man and a blue-clad old man followed closely behind 2 of them as though they were their shadows. The 2 old men who were following them were having a conversation. Cheng He, it won't take long for you to become a grade 1 alchemist who can refine pills with a purity of 90% and above. One of the old men in golden robes said to the other old man in silver robes. Although I don't know what method that kid used to refine pills with a purity of 90% and above, I'll still accept your blessing, Cheng He said with a faint smile. Cheng He smiled faintly as he spoke. In the depths of his gaze, there seemed to be a trace of ferocity and greed mixed within. Guild Master Cheng, I'll help you this time. I hope you'll fulfill your promise. The person standing next to the 2 old men was also a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were bright. He was holding a sheathed long saber in his hand. As he stood there, his entire body seemed to have transformed into an incomparably sharp saber. At this moment, he was also looking at Cheng He. Don't worry, clan leader. I, Cheng He, will never go back on my promise. Cheng He said solemnly. That's good. The saber-like middle-aged man nodded faintly and did not say anything else. You said the target this time, the Lu clan's grade 1 alchemist, is a young man who doesn't seem to be more than 30 years old? The golden-clad old man asked suddenly. Yes. Cheng He nodded solemnly. Not only is he a grade 1 alchemist, but his cultivation base is even more shocking. I guess his strength should be at the 2nd level martial monarch stage. Grade 1 alchemist. LV2 martial royal realm. A young man under the age of 30? For a time, except for the green-clothed middle-aged man who seemed to have known about it, the other 3 people's expressions changed. Even the middle-aged man who stood at the side like a blade was no exception. He was similarly shocked because this was truly inconceivable. A human martial artist who could become a grade 1 alchemist before the age of 30 could be considered a monstrous genius who was favored by the heavens. However, this alchemist was not only a 2nd-level martial monarch stage martial artist, but he was also a 2nd-level martial monarch stage martial artist? Cheng He, are you sure you're not playing with us? The golden-robed old man's face darkened slightly as he looked at Cheng He solemnly. The other blade-like middle-aged man also looked at Cheng He. His eyes were unusually sharp, as if they had turned into 2 blades that floated above Cheng He's head, ready to fall at any moment. Playing with you? Cheng He glanced at the golden-robed old man as though he was looking at an idiot. He said in a slightly speechless manner, Why would I play with you? Playing with you for no reason? Offending both of you at once? Upon hearing Cheng He's words, both the golden-robed old man and the blade-like middle-aged man immediately retracted their sharp gazes. I know you think it's a little unbelievable, but it's the truth. You'll find out when we arrive at the Lu clan tomorrow. Cheng He said to the golden-robed old man. A grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old. In the history of Cloud Continent, I've never heard of a demon who became an alchemist or a weapon craftsman. That's why he can only be a human. However, he's also at the 2nd-level martial monarch stage. This is unbelievable. The golden-robed old man muttered to himself as he narrowed his eyes when he heard Cheng He's words. He might not necessarily be a human. The blade-like middle-aged man suddenly seemed to have thought of something and said, He might not necessarily be a human? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, not only the 2 old men next to him, but even the green-clad middle-aged man and the blue-clad old man behind the 2 old men also turned to look at him. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. They were curious about the middle-aged man's words. The middle-aged man was Olai, the clan leader of the Northern Mountains O clan. He was also the strongest powerhouse in the O clan. The O clan was as famous as the Lu clan in the Northern Mountain land. They were both known as weapon craftsman clans. However, Olai was not a weapon craftsman. The reason he could become the clan leader of the O clan was due to his powerful strength. He was so powerful that he could crush everyone in the O clan. Due to this reason, Olai had a supreme position in the O clan. His authority in the O clan was not something the current clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Rui, could compare to. Perhaps, Lu Rui, the clan leader, had absolute authority in the Lu clan on the surface. However, he secretly respected the former clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Qiu. Naturally, Lu Qiu would not appear unless it was necessary. He would never interfere with Lu Rui's management of the Lu clan. The reason Lu Qiu had such a position in the Lu clan was not only because he was the former clan leader, but it was also because he was the strongest powerhouse in the Lu clan. For example, the O clan also had a former clan leader. However, the former clan leader was only an ordinary grade 2 weapon craftsman. Due to this reason, the position of the former clan leader of the O clan was far inferior to the current clan leader, Olai. Olai, although you're not a weapon craftsman, you're still from the O clan. Don't tell me you don't know that non-humans can't become alchemists or weapon craftsmen. Cheng He asked with a frown on his face. That's right. If he's not a human but a demon, it's impossible for him to become an alchemist or a weapon craftsman, let alone a top grade 1 alchemist. The golden-clad old man chimed in. Whether it was the blue-clad old man behind the golden-clad old man or the green-clad middle-aged man behind Cheng He, all of them nodded in agreement. It was impossible for a demon to become an alchemist or a weapon craftsman. This was the iron law of the Cloud Continent. For countless years, no demon had ever broken this iron law. I only said that he might not be a human. When did I say he's a demon? Olai asked as he glanced at the golden-clad old man indifferently. Then, you mean, the golden-clad old man was stunned when he heard this? Variant. Olai spat out 2 words under the curious gaze of the 4 people. Variant. The moment Olai's words left his mouth, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck the clear sky. The 4 people, including Cheng He, were stunned. Naturally, they were no strangers to the variant. The variant was the product of a human and a demon. It was either trash or a demon. The latter possessed an unfathomable and unique innate ability. Moreover, the latter's innate talent in martial Dao was extremely shocking as well. It far surpassed ordinary humans and demons. Most importantly, a variant could also become a grade 1 alchemist or grade 1 weapon refiner. This was because half of a human's blood flowed in their veins, unlike a pure demon who could not condense alchemy fire or weapon fire. Now that Olai mentioned it, it's possible. He might really be a variant. Cheng He was the first to react after a long while. Then, he turned around to look at the green-clad middle-aged man who had been following him since the beginning. Leng Qi, what do you think? It's very possible. Leng Qi nodded and replied as though he was a man of few words. Variant. The golden-clad old man and the blue-clad old man behind him were shocked as well. In the end, the golden-clad old man nodded. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a variant. After all, the achievements he achieved at such a young age are not something an ordinary human can achieve. The others nodded in agreement. It doesn't matter if he's a variant or not. This time, I'm going to pry the method to refine pills with more than 90% purity out of his mouth. Cheng He's eyes were filled with greed as he spoke. Leng Qi alone is enough to fight that old man Lu Qiu to a draw. As long as Leng Qi holds Lu Qiu back, it'll be easy for the few of us to suppress the other martial monarch stage martial artists in the Lu clan. The golden-clad old man said, therefore, it won't be difficult to take that Duan Lingtan away. However, Cheng He, you must be mentally prepared. Even if we take him away, he might not tell you the method to refine pills with more than 90% purity. Don't worry about that. Cheng He said confidently. What? You have a plan? The golden-clad old man's eyes lit up. Tell me about it. That Duan Lingtan has a woman with extraordinary strength by his side. She seems to be a demon monarch powerhouse. Her strength should be at the 2nd-level demon monarch stage, which is equivalent to a 2nd-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Cheng He said slowly. You've already told us about this. I'm asking you, how are you going to pry open that Duan Lingtian's mouth? The golden-clad old man asked again with a frown. Naturally, I mentioned that woman because it's related to her. Cheng He glared at the golden-clad old man before he said slowly, if that Duan Lingtian doesn't cooperate, I'll torture that woman in front of him until he cooperates. A wicked smile crept up on the corner of Cheng He's mouth when he reached the end of his sentence. You're really despicable. The golden-clad old man looked at Cheng He deeply. However, how can you be so sure that he'll reveal his secret for that woman? That's not an ordinary secret. You don't know this. That boy is a sentimental person. Damn it. It's that Cheng He again. Previously, Cheng He had left with his tail between his legs. He had returned after 3 months, and he did not come with good intentions. It seems like Cheng He has found someone to help him. After a short while, Lu Rui and the 3 great guardian elders of Lu clan gathered together and rose into the air. They looked at the 5 figures in the distance. Due to the distance, they could not see the faces of the 5 people clearly. However, they knew Cheng He was among them. They guessed Leng Qi, who was always by Cheng He's side to protect him, must be there as well. Let's go over and have a look. Let's see what kind of help Cheng He has found to make him so confident that he dares to make a comeback. Lu Yuan, who was as fat as a ball, took the lead and flew out with his small eyes. Lu Ru, Lu Gui, and Lu Ji followed closely behind. After a short while, the 4 of them arrived at the sky above the east side of the Lu clan's estate. In the sky above the east side of the Lu clan's estate, 2 people were already confronting Cheng He and the other 4 people. The atmosphere was tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. Lu Rui and the other 3 people were familiar with the 2 people. They recognized the 2 of them. They were none other than Elder Duan's confidant and the middle-aged man who was always at Elder Duan's beck and call. They were none other than Elder Duan's lover and the middle-aged man who was always at Elder Duan's beck and call. It seems like Duan Ling Tian is planning to be a coward today. To think he actually sent a woman like you here. However, other than Duan Ling Tian, my target this time is you as well. Cheng He looked at the red-clothed woman standing nearby. His eyes flashed as he spoke unhurriedly. Why you dare to humiliate him? As soon as Cheng He's words left his mouth, the flames on the devastatingly beautiful woman's body surged and turned into a sword-shaped flame. Her voice was cold, and she looked at Cheng He as though she was looking at a dead man. Just as she spoke and before Cheng He could respond, she moved. Her 5-foot-long sword shot out as she followed closely behind. The tip of the sword-shaped flame locked onto Cheng He. It was as though she had transformed into a fiery red lightning bolt. Her speed was so fast that it made Cheng He's face turn pale. It's only been 3 months. How did her strength improve so much? That was the only thought in Cheng He's mind. At the same time, the sword-shaped flames arrived near Cheng He. They were so fast that Cheng He was unable to dodge them. They were simply too fast, so fast that he was unable to dodge them. Humph! Cheng He's heart was in his mouth when a cold snort resonated in the air. In the next moment, a green figure appeared before Cheng He's eyes. When Cheng He saw the green figure, he sighed in relief. His heart was finally at ease. He knew that he was no longer in danger since the person before him had made his move. Boom! As soon as Cheng He's thoughts changed, the green figure charged toward Feng Tianwu and collided with the fiery red gigantic sword that Feng Tianwu had transformed into. A loud bang was heard. As the 2 forces collided, the airflow in the air exploded and set off waves of vibrating airwaves. The airwaves spread in all directions and turned into gusts of violent wind. Bush, bush, bush. The violent wind blew, and it seemed like a demonic wind was blowing in the east of the Lu clan's mansion. Some of the maids who did not have a high cultivation base were blown to the ground. As for the people in the sky, their robes fluttered in the wind, but they did not suffer any substantial damage. Their gazes were locked onto the 2 people who were clashing against each other. At this moment, the 2 people separated after the loud bang. The energy surrounding the green figure dissipated, revealing his true appearance. He was a middle-aged man dressed in green. Due to the speed of his attack, the heaven and earth energy above his head did not even have the time to form the heaven and earth phenomenon before it dissipated again. It was as though it had never appeared. Unlike the green-clad middle-aged man who did not move, the fiery red gigantic sword that was formed by him and his sword was sent flying. It only stopped after flying for dozens of meters. Barf! The red-clad lady who was holding the 5-foot-long red flexible sword could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood with her pale face when the sword-shaped flame on her body began to wilt. The heaven and earth phenomenon above the red-clad lady's head that was formed by the heaven and earth energy was about to dissipate. It was 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons and a silhouette that was more than 10 times larger than the ancient horned dragon. It was a strong visual impact as it descended. It was also a dragon, but it was not an ancient horned dragon. Its body was thick and long. It was equivalent to an ancient horned dragon that was more than 10 times larger. Of course, there was a big difference in the details. Whether it was the sharp claws on its body or the dragon scales on its body, all of them exuded a majestic aura. The ancient horned dragon could not compare to it at all. If the ancient horned dragon was a baby dragon, then this was an adult dragon. In that case, this dragon was an adult dragon. Not only were the details of its body completely different from a horned dragon, but even its head was completely different from an ancient horned dragon. The ancient horned dragon's head looked a little ferocious. It was quite different from the legendary divine dragon with a pure bloodline. However, this dragon that was more than 10 times larger than the ancient horned dragon was not much different from the legendary divine dragon regardless of the details on its body or its head. Moreover, its pair of sharp eyes exuded a majestic aura at all times. It gave off an oppressive feeling, the silhouette of an ancient black dragon. In the distance, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was dumbfounded when he saw this. Clan leader, didn't you say? Miss Tianwu can only exert the strength of over 8,000 ancient horned dragons at most if she unleashes her full strength? How is this possible? Lu Yuan stared blankly at the scene before him. His little eyes were wide open as he muttered to himself. As soon as Miss Tianwu makes her move, she'll gather the heaven and earth energy to form an ancient black dragon silhouette and 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Her full strength is equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Lu Ji said solemnly. The strength of an ancient black dragon is transformed from the strength of 10,000 ancient horned dragons. Miss Tianwu's current strength is equivalent to the strength of 12,000 ancient horned dragons based on the ancient horned dragon strength. Lu Gui sucked in a cold breath. The difference between this and the strength of over 8,000 ancient horned dragons that the clan leader mentioned was too huge, right? I don't know. Lu Rui stared blankly at the heavily injured red-clad lady in the distance. His face was filled with confusion. He could not figure out what was happening before him. Could it be that Miss Tianwu has been holding back earlier? Chapter 1106. Miss Tianwu. Lu Rui and the 3 old men next to him were horrified when they saw Feng Tianwu was injured. No matter what, she was Elder Duan's confidant. Now that she was injured in front of them, how were they going to explain it to Elder Duan? At the same time, Xiong Quan, who was originally standing next to Feng Tianwu, was horrified when he saw Feng Tianwu was injured. He glared at the green-clad middle-aged man and shouted coldly, "You're seeking death." At that moment, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed due to his anger. It was as though it had transformed into a milky white sword-shaped flame that completely enveloped him. It emitted a fierce aura. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,120 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The 9th level advanced sword concept was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The 9th level void interpretation's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons when it was fully unleashed. This was Xiong Quan's full strength. "You're seeking death." Originally, when they saw Xiong Quan shouting at the green-clad middle-aged man, Qing He, and the others had a grave expression on their faces. To them, no matter if it was the red-clad lady or the middle-aged man, they were unfamiliar faces. However, this middle-aged man actually dared to shout at the person who had injured the red-clad lady. In their opinion, he should be quite powerful. He might not be weaker than the red-clad lady. However, when they saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above the middle-aged man's head, they could not help but look at each other with a strange expression on their faces. The person they thought was a powerhouse was actually someone who had not even reached the threshold of the peak of the void. Ant. The green-clad middle-aged man who had injured Feng Tianwu earlier, Leng Qi, who was tailing behind Cheng He, spat out those two words and disappeared completely before Xiong Quan's eyes. Boom! Just when Xiong Quan's scalp went numb and he realized he might be in big trouble, a loud explosion resonated not far away from him. Rolling airwaves spread out and set off gusts of wind again. At the same time, Xiong Quan felt as if he was in the eye of a storm. Before he could react, he was sent flying by a powerful wave of air. When he gritted his teeth and barely managed to stand 100 meters away, the first thing he saw was the back of an old man appearing in front of him and blocking Leng Qi's way. Leng Qi was only about 10 meters away from where he had been. In an instant, a cold feeling surged up from the bottom of Xiong Quan's feet. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to his head, causing his body to tremble for no reason. At some point, cold sweat had appeared on his forehead. He knew. If it wasn't for the old man in front of him stopping Leng Qi in time, he would have died. With my current strength, when can I help young master? At this moment, Xiong Quan's heart was filled with an indescribable bitterness. In front of these people who had come to cause trouble for the young master, there was nothing he could do. Old Patriarch. When Leng Qi attacked Xiong Quan, the clan leader of Lu Clan, Lu Rui, and the 3 Lu Clan's guardian elders were horrified. They immediately flew out to save Xiong Quan. However, their speed was far slower than Leng Qi. Coupled with the fact that Leng Qi was closer to Xiong Quan, they could only watch as Xiong Quan fell into a life-threatening situation. He's Elder Duan's man. If he dies, how are we going to explain this to Elder Duan? Just when they thought Xiong Quan was going to die, a thought appeared in their minds. The situation suddenly changed. The strongest person in Lu Clan, the old patriarch of Lu Clan, Lu Qiu, appeared and stopped Leng Qi to save Xiong Quan. After Lu Qiu stopped Leng Qi, there was nothing Leng Qi could do. He quickly retreated behind Cheng He. Bush. At this moment, the clan leader of Lu Clan and the 3 Lu Clan's guardian elders also came to Lu Qiu's side and stood side by side with him. Old Patriarch. Then, the 4 of them bowed respectfully at Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu nodded at the 4 of them before he looked at Cheng He and the others. His gaze swept past Cheng He and the others. Clan leader O, guild leader Mo. I wonder why you've come from afar? Lu Qiu asked as calmly as he could when his gaze finally landed on the middle-aged man and the golden-clad old man next to Cheng He. Upon hearing Lu Qiu's words, Lu Rui and the 3 Lu Clan's guardian elders' expressions changed. Clan leader O? Guild leader Mo? In the northern mountain land and the entire southern outer land, there were only 2 people whom their old patriarch addressed in such a manner. The clan leader of northern mountains O Clan, O Lai. The guild leader of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, Mo Jia. Following that, they followed Lu Qiu's gaze. With just a glance, they saw 2 figures that were extremely familiar to them. O Lai. Mo Jia. When Lu Rui and the others saw the middle-aged man who stood there like a saber and the old man who was dressed in a forbidden robe, their expressions turned grave immediately. Lu Qiu, let's not beat around the bush. Today, if your Lu Clan hands Duan Lingtian over to Cheng He, I'll still be friends with the Lu Clan. Mo Jia looked at Lu Qiu with a gleam in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Friends? The moment Mo Jia's words left his mouth, the 5 people from Lu Clan were stunned. After a while, Lu Qiu was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Mo Jia and sneered. Our Lu Clan really can't afford to befriend you. When Lu Rui and the others regained their senses, they were furious as well. This Mo Jia had already bullied their Lu Clan, and he still had the audacity to call himself their friend? If that's the case, from today onward, the Lu Clan and I will no longer be friends. Mo Jia's tone turned cold when he heard Lu Qiu's words. The blue-clad old man behind him was wearing a blue robe that fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Lu Qiu as though he was ready to attack Lu Qiu. Clan leader O, Are you here to help Cheng He take Elder Duan away from our Lu clan? Lu Rui asked as he looked at Olai with gleaming eyes. Olai glanced at Lu Rui and nodded nonchalantly. How dare you? Lu Rui's face turned grave, and he immediately scolded Olai. How dare you? Upon hearing Lu Rui's words, not only was Olai stunned, but even Cheng He, Mo Jie, and the two people behind them were stunned as well. Clan leader Lu, former clan leader Lu. Soon after, Olai regained his senses and glanced at Lu Rui and Lu Qiu nonchalantly. Your Lu clan and our O clan are the two great clans in the northern mountain land that have been passed down for 10,000 years. Although we've had many grudges for 10,000 years, we're more like family friends. Today, I came to your Lu clan to help Elder Cheng He take away the person he wants. As for the Lu clan, the O clan and I have no intention of offending you. Olai finished his words calmly. What a nice excuse. Lu Rui sneered. Olai, the moment you said you wanted to help Cheng He take Elder Duan away, you've already stood on the opposite side of our Lu clan. From today onward, the Lu clan and the O clan are irreconcilable. Irreconcilable. Lu Rui's voice reverberated loudly in the air. At once, many people in the Lu clan's estate heard Lu Rui's words. It's the clan leader's voice. The clan leader seems to be saying that our Lu clan and the O clan are irreconcilable. Don't tell me the person who came aggressively and asked Elder Duan to get lost is from the O clan? That's possible. At once, everyone in the Lu clan's estate began to discuss among themselves. Many Lu clan's elders and disciples even flew up into the air. However, they only dared to watch from afar. Who knew if a fight would break out later? If a fight broke out, it would be a battle between martial monarchs. The shockwave from the collision of energy would be enough to send them flying or even injure them. Lu Rui, making the Lu clan and our O clan irreconcilable. I don't think you can make such a big decision, right? Olai asked nonchalantly when he heard Lu Rui's words. At the same time, his eyes shifted to Lu Qiu who was standing in the distance. As far as I know, you don't seem to have the right to make such a decision for the Lu clan in front of the former clan leader. When Olai spoke, his face was calm. It was neither happy nor angry. However, there was a hint of mockery in his words. He was mocking Lu Rui for not living up to his title as the clan leader. Clan leader O, do you think everyone can control the entire clan like you do? Cheng He laughed and looked at Lu Rui mockingly. Some people might be the clan leader, but they don't have absolute authority. In my eyes, such a person is just a puppet. Guild leader Cheng, you're always so direct when you speak. No matter what, some people are still the clan leader and a reputable person. It doesn't seem right for you to mock him in public, right? Mo Jie chimed in with a smile. However, judging from the mockery on the corner of his mouth, it did not seem like a person who would speak up for Lu Rui. His tone was more like he was adding fuel to the fire and mocking Lu Rui further. Lu Rui's face turned pale, and his eyes gleamed coldly. Who said Lu Rui is not qualified to make decisions for the Lu clan? At this moment, Lu Qiu sneered. From the moment I handed over the position of clan leader to Lu Rui, he's the supreme clan leader of the Lu clan. His words represent the Lu clan's will. Lu Qiu's words were convincing as he defended Lu Rui, the clan leader of the Lu clan. At once, Lu Rui's expression softened. A hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes. He was grateful that Lu Qiu had helped him out of this predicament. Moreover, from today onward, other than protecting the Lu clan and the Lu clan's interests, I, Lu Qiu, will no longer interfere in the Lu clan's affairs. Soon after, Lu Qiu made his stance clear again so that the others could no longer mock Lu Rui. We don't want to interfere in the Lu clan's affairs even if you want us to. Today, we're not here to make an enemy out of the Lu clan. We're only here to take Duan Lingtian away. Cheng He took a step forward and looked at Lu Rui. Since the clan leader of the Lu clan has absolute authority in the Lu clan, please give us an answer. The moment Cheng He's words left his mouth, Olai and Mo Jie took a step forward as well. They stood next to him and looked at Lu Rui. Chapter 1107. Cheng He was the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. He was a grade 1 alchemist. Naturally, a grade 1 alchemist would not pose much of a threat to the Lu clan. The most threatening person was the green-clad middle-aged man behind him. Lung Qi's strength was in no way inferior to Lu Qiu, the strongest person in the Lu clan. 3 months ago, Cheng He had brought Lung Qi to the Lu clan. Their target was Duan Lingtian. However, due to Lu Qiu's interference and the Lu clan's 3 guardian elders' covetous gazes, they had no choice but to leave in a sorry state. 3 months later, they came back with the 2 helpers they found. One of the helpers was the guild master of the weapons craftsmen's main guild in the southern outer land, Emojia. Emojia was a grade 1 weapons craftsman. He had immersed himself in the weapons crafting Dao, but his achievements in the martial Dao were limited. He was on par with Cheng He, an ordinary first-level martial monarch stage martial artist. However, Cheng He did not look for him because of his strength. Instead, he looked for the person who was always by his side to protect him. That person was the blue-clad old man who always followed behind Emojia. The blue-clad old man's strength was in no way inferior to Lung Qi and Lu Qiu. He was a powerhouse with shocking strength. The other helper was the current clan leader of the O clan in the northern mountain land, Olai. Olai was a rare martial Dao prodigy in the O clan for thousands of years. When he was in his 40s, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the martial monarch stage and became a martial monarch powerhouse. Currently, his strength was in no way inferior to Lung Qi and Lu Qiu. The 3 powerhouses whose strength was in no way inferior to Lu Qiu were Cheng He's biggest reliance on this trip. He believed that as long as the Lu clan was not stupid, they would not dare to go head-to-head with them. It would be a piece of cake for him to take Duan Lingtian away by force. Clan leader Lu, you must choose wisely. Don't let the Lu clan suffer unnecessary losses just because of a moment of bravery. Cheng He looked deeply at Lu Rue with a victorious smile on his face. Humph. Lu Rue snorted and said mockingly, why? Does guild leader Cheng want to annihilate the Lu clan? I don't think I have the ability to annihilate the Lu clan. However, if the Lu clan loses a few martial emperors, I don't think the other forces in the inner land would stand up for the Lu clan. Cheng He said indifferently. As he spoke, a devilish smile appeared on his face. You. Lu Rue's expression changed drastically. He was so angry that his blood and qi surged. However, he also knew that Cheng He was telling the truth. Whether it was Cheng He, Emojia, or Olai, none of them had the courage to exterminate the Lu family. This was because the Lu clan was under the protection of several first-rate forces in the inner land. Naturally, those first-rate forces would only make a move after the Lu clan was destroyed. As long as the Lu clan was not destroyed, they would not make a move even if all the martial monarchs in the Lu clan were killed. Lu Rue took a deep breath and looked at Lung Qi with fear. He then looked at Olai and the old man in blue behind Emojia. The strength of these 3 martial monarchs was on par with the strongest person in the Lu clan, Lu Qiu. If the Lu family really wanted to fight with them, they would definitely suffer great losses. The 3 guardian elders might not be able to survive. For a moment, Lu Rue was in a dilemma. On one side were the pillars of the Lu clan. They were at risk of falling at any time. On the other side was the future pillar of the Lu clan. He was also the person Cheng He wanted to bring away. If he wanted to protect the pillars, he would have to give up the future pillar of the Lu clan. The Lu clan would lose a rare opportunity in the future. That opportunity was enough for the Lu clan to rise to the top and stand at the peak of the Cloud Continent. After all, the details of that heaven-supporting pillar were simply too frightening. In his previous life, he was a person who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. Now that he was going through his last reincarnation, he would definitely surpass the peak of his previous life. Naturally, that was on the premise that he did not die prematurely. If he died prematurely, he would have no future to speak of. If we hand Elder Duan over, the Lu clan won't lose anything. However, Elder Duan will be taken away by them. If we don't hand Elder Duan over, the Lu clan will suffer a great blow. In the end, Elder Duan will still be taken away by them. Both of the outcomes are the same. However, the nature of the outcomes are completely different. The former is us giving up on Elder Duan. If Elder Duan is taken away, even if he doesn't hate us, our relationship with him will be destroyed. The latter is us not being able to protect Elder Duan even though we tried our best. Even if Elder Duan is taken away, he'll still be grateful to us. At this moment, Lu Rue thought of many things. He was in a dilemma. In the end, he could not help but turn around to look at Lu Qiu to ask for his opinion. Clan leader, from today onward, the Lu clan's matters will be decided by you. No matter what your decision is, I'll support you. Before Lu Rue could speak, Lu Qiu had already made his stance clear. Clan leader will support you. Lu Yuan, Lu Gui, and Lu Ji nodded as well. Their attitudes were the same as Lu Qiu's. At this moment, Lu Rue felt as though he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders. It was a towering mountain that pressed down on him to the point that he could not breathe. If I choose the former and give up on Elder Duan, once Elder Duan escapes this calamity and returns to his peak, even if he doesn't seek revenge from the Lu clan, he won't care about the Lu clan anymore. The first choice was enough to sever the friendship between the Lu clan and Elder Duan. If I choose the latter, the 3 guardian elders and even the former clan leader will be in danger. Elder Duan will be taken away as well. However, if Elder Duan survives, the Lu clan's future will be bright. The other choice was that the Lu clan would suffer a great loss, and Elder Duan's fate would be uncertain. However, if Elder Duan survived, the Lu clan would definitely rise to the top. Lu Rue was in a dilemma. It was difficult for him to make a decision. Clan leader Lu, I hope you'll give us an answer within the span of 10 breaths. If you still haven't given us an answer after 10 breaths, we'll have no choice but to take him away ourselves. Cheng He glanced at Lu Rue and sneered. At that time, don't blame us for forsaking our friendship. There's no need to wait for 10 breaths. At this moment, Lu Rue made up his mind. It's impossible for the Lu clan to hand Elder Duan over. When Elder Duan became the first interim advisor of the Lu clan, he was already a member of the Lu clan. Our Lu clan has a long history of 10,000 years. It's impossible for us to do something like betraying our friends for glory. Today, even if we have to fight to the death, our Lu clan will do our best to protect Elder Duan. Lu Rue's words were loud and clear as they spread out. The moment the 3 Lu clan guardian elders heard this, their eyes lit up as they faced Cheng He and the other 4. Even though they knew the 3 of them were stronger than them and could kill them in one hit, they were not afraid at all. Everything was for the Lu clan. For the Lu clan, they would have no regrets even if they were to die in battle. They had used their own actions to explain the meaning of the word guardian in the guardian elders. They did not tarnish the name. Fight. Lu Rue's words entered Lu Qiu's ears as well. It made Lu Qiu, who had a hint of anxiety in the depth of his eyes, smile. The anxiety in the depth of his eyes disappeared. At the same time, Lu Qiu appeared in front of the 3 Lu clan guardian elders and stared at Cheng He and the other 4 with a cold expression. Soon after, many figures approached from all directions. They were the Lu clan's elders who were watching from afar. Their hearing was far better than the ordinary Lu clan's disciples. Due to this reason, they had heard the conversation between Lu Rue and Cheng He. Their blood boiled when they heard Lu Rue's words. Fight to the death. Protect Elder Duan with our lives. If you want to kill Elder Duan, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Soon after, the group of Lu clan's elders surrounded Cheng He and the other 4. They kept shouting at the top of their lungs in an imposing manner. What? Those 5 fellows want to kill Elder Duan? Soon after, the Lu clan's disciples who were watching from afar began to make a ruckus. There are some things that my second uncle didn't want me to say. However, I think I still have to say it. One of the Lu clan's disciples gritted his teeth and said, earlier, my second uncle told me that they wanted to bring Elder Duan away, but the clan leader rejected them. Now, the clan leader has declared war on them. However, they're very strong. The clan leader, the former clan leader, and the 3 guardian elders have no chance of winning. The Lu clan's disciple finished his sentence in one breath. Why didn't you say so earlier? They want to bring Elder Duan away? Damn it. It's not easy for our Lu clan to have a grade 1 alchemist now. Nobody can bring Elder Duan away. It seems like Cheng He, the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild, is the one who started this. I think he thinks Elder Duan, the second grade 1 alchemist in the southern outer land, is stealing his job. That's why he wants to get rid of Duan Lingtian. Come with me if you're a man with balls. Let's kill that son of AB** Cheng He. Let's go. Soon after, the Lu clan's disciples flew out in a mighty manner. They surrounded Cheng He and the other 4 in 3 layers. It was like a dark cloud looming over a city. Good. Seeing this scene, Lu Rui was excited. This was the first time he had seen the Lu family show such strong unity. Lu Qiu and the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders laughed as well. Even if they died today, they would not have lived in vain. This was the Lu clan that they had protected for their entire lives. They would have no regrets even if they died for the Lu clan. As expected of an ancient clan with tens of thousands of years of history, this unity is not something an ordinary force can compare to. The disciples of an ordinary force would have fled on their own in the face of disaster. How could they be like this? The scene before him left Xiong Quan in a daze. When Feng Tianwu saw the scene before her, the frost on her beautiful face dissipated a little. She was influenced by the group of Lu clan's disciples. At the same time, Cheng He and the other 4 had a grave expression on their faces when they saw the Lu clan's elders and disciples surrounding them. It was only a small matter for them to kill a few Lu clan's people. It would not attract the attention of the first-rate forces in the inner land that were protecting the Lu clan. Chapter 1108. In their eyes, the people of the Lu family who surrounded them were like ants. It would be easy for them to kill these Lu clan members. However, these people represented the entire Lu clan. Once they were killed, it would mean the end of the Lu clan. At that time, those first-rate forces in the mainland who had once promised to protect the Lu clan from destruction would retaliate at lightning speed. Even if they could not destroy the forces they were in, the few of them would not be able to escape death. After all, they were the instigators. Don't touch the rest of the Lu clan. Don't touch Lu Rui as well. Once we kill those 4 old men, no one in the Lu clan will be able to stop us. At that time, it'll be easy for us to take Duan Lingtian away. Cheng He said to the other 4 people. In the beginning, his expression was extremely solemn. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. Upon hearing Cheng He's words, the 4 people, including Olai and Emojie, nodded in agreement. The cost of annihilating the Lu clan was too great. The gains would not make up for the losses. However, it did not matter if they killed a few martial monarchs from the Lu clan as long as the Lu clan's foundation was not shaken. Leng Qi, I'll leave Lu Qiu to you. Cheng He ordered Leng Qi, all right? Leng Qi nodded indifferently. His eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Lu Qiu. It was as though he had taken root in Lu Qiu. Olai, I'll leave the other 3 Lu clan elders to you. Is that all right? Cheng He looked at Olai. He wanted Olai to deal with the 3 Lu clan elders. They'll die within the span of 3 breaths. Olai did not speak much, but he exuded a strong sense of confidence that made others believe in him. As for Emojie and I, will be in charge of stopping Lu Rui and the other Lu clan members. Old Chen, Duan Lingtian's woman, is quite strong. You'll be in charge of restraining her. Don't kill her. She's still useful to us. When Cheng He reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the blue-clad old man who was following Emojie like a shadow. The blue-clad old man nodded. Olai, after you kill the 3 Lu clan elders, join forces with Leng Qi to kill Lu Qiu. After Lu Qiu is dead, the 2 of you will capture Duan Lingtian and bring him away. Cheng He looked at Olai again. Olai nodded, indicating that he understood. Just as the atmosphere became extremely heavy and Cheng He and the other 4 were about to make a move, Tianwu, are you injured? An anxious voice that was mixed with rage sounded out abruptly, and it broke the short silence at the scene. For a moment, everyone's eyes were attracted by a figure that had appeared in the air. This was a young man dressed in purple. The young man was handsome. His face was chiseled, and his eyebrows were straight. His eyes were cold and murderous. Just as everyone's gazes fell on the purple-clothed young man, he moved. Dragon traversing 9 heavens. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a purple divine dragon. He swept out like a bolt of lightning, as if he was swimming through the 9 heavens. In an instant, he arrived at the side of the woman in red who was standing in the distance with a slightly pale face. Tianwu, take it. The purple-clothed young man walked to the side of the red-clothed woman. He raised his hand and put a pill that was shining with a deep halo into her mouth. The woman in red trusted him unconditionally. Without any hesitation, she opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. That pill? How is that possible? At this moment, Cheng He, who was standing in the distance, trembled violently. His eyes were originally staring at the pill in the purple-clothed young man's hand. He only regained his senses when the pill entered the red-clothed woman's mouth. However, his face was filled with sincere shock. Cheng He's astonishment caused the 4 people beside him to be stunned. Then, they looked at Cheng He with a puzzled expression. The grade 1 life recovery pill he took out earlier has a purity of more than 95%. Cheng He enunciated each and every word clearly in the face of the 4 people's confusion. It was as though he was supporting Cheng He's words. In the distance, the red-clothed woman who had consumed the pill had a rosy complexion. She was full of vitality and had completely recovered. She did not look like she was injured at all. Upon seeing this, many people who heard Cheng He's words were stunned. This is a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 95%? After a long while, Lu Rui was the first to react. He gulped hard. Miss Tianwu has consumed a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91% earlier. Although her injuries have recovered a little, she hasn't fully recovered yet. Lu Yuan stared blankly at the scene before him. He was completely stunned. A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 95% has such a powerful medicinal effect? The closer a pill's purity is to 100% perfection, the more terrifying the medicinal effect is. Lu Ji said solemnly. However, it never crossed my mind that Elder Duan would be able to take out a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 95%. Such a pill is already close to a perfect 100%. The strength of the medicinal effect is at least twice as strong as a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91%. The group of Lu clan's elders who heard Cheng He's words were still in shock. Duan Lincoln, it seems like I've underestimated you. I can't believe you're able to refine a grade 1 pill with a purity of more than 95%. I think the grade 1 life recovery pill you fed her earlier has a purity of 97%, right? Cheng He asked loudly as he stared at the purple-clad young man in the distance with a burning gaze. This time, his voice was even louder and entered the ears of every Lu clan's member present on the scene. What? A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 97%? Is there a pill with such a high purity on Cloud Continent? That's impossible, right? The Lu clan's disciples discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with doubt as they quickly shifted to the purple-clad young man in the distance. He's Elder Duan. Suddenly, one of the Lu clan's disciples who was staring at the purple-clad young man exclaimed, "What? He's Elder Duan?" All of the Lu clan's disciples were in an uproar. He's our Lu clan's first interim elder? The grade 1 alchemist who can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%? He's really as young as the rumors say. It seems like what the old man said might be true. Elder Duan can refine a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 97%. I think so too. After all, Elder Duan can't be judged with common sense. Soon after, the Lu clan's disciples stared at the purple-clad young man in the distance, Duan Lingtian, with a burning gaze. Among the younger generation in Lu clan, Duan Lingtian was definitely an idol. He was worshipped by the younger generation in Lu clan. Second brother, he was wondering why he looked familiar with the red-clad sister earlier. So it's them. Among the group of Lu clan's disciples, a young girl with a childish face muttered to herself as realization dawned on her. A young man stood next to her. I didn't expect you to recognize them. The young man smiled faintly. This young man was none other than the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai. As for the young girl next to him, her identity was obvious. She was Lu Ping, the younger sister of the siblings who was saved by Feng Wu Dao previously. The elder brother was Lu Bai. Duan Lingtian, you've really given me a big gift. Lu Bai looked at the purple-clad young man in the distance with gratitude in his eyes. Some time ago, Lu Bai had learned about Lu Song's death. He knew that if there were no accidents, he would definitely be the next clan leader of Lu clan. All of this was because of this purple-clad young man in front of him. If it was not for the purple-clad young man, he might not have been able to sit on that seat in the future. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised that Cheng He could identify the purity of the grade 1 life recovery pill with just a glance. Do you have a good eye? Unfortunately, you're not ambitious and only focused on unorthodox methods. You're destined to never improve in this lifetime. At the same time, he glanced at Cheng He coldly and spoke in a calm tone. It was as though he was a senior lecturing a junior. You're just a lucky brat who obtained some sort of secret method from God knows where. How dare you comment in front of me? When I became an alchemist, let alone you, your mother, might not even have left her womb. You think you're worthy of lecturing me? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Cheng He's eyes that were filled with rage looked as though they were about to spit fire. That's right. When you became an alchemist, my mother might not even have left her womb, Duan Lingtian sneered. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, if I were you, I would have committed suicide a long time ago. You've lived for so long, and yet, you've lived like a dog. You can't even compare to a brat like me. Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with sarcasm. He was mocking Cheng He for being inferior to a brat like him. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, many of the Lu clan's disciples laughed. They looked at Cheng He with disdain on their faces. The guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land is just SOSO. That's right. Our Lu clan's elder Duan is less than 1/3 of his age, but his achievement in the medicine refinement Dao has completely surpassed him. He's just a piece of trash in front of elder Duan. Piece of trash? That's an apt description. One by one, the Lu clan's disciples whispered among themselves. Their words were blunt as they mocked Cheng He. Although their voices were not loud, it still entered Cheng He's ears in full detail, causing Cheng He's face to alternately turn green and white. The fury in his eyes grew increasingly stronger, as if it was about to erupt. Duanlingen, don't be so smug. You're just lucky to have obtained a secret method. Otherwise, how could you refine pills with a purity of more than 90%? Cheng He took a deep breath and calmed himself down before speaking with a disdainful expression. Until now, he was still certain Duan Lingtian was lucky to have obtained a secret method that allowed him to refine pills with a purity of more than 90%. As long as he obtained the secret method, he would also be able to refine pills with a purity of more than 90%. Secret method? Chapter 1109. Don't tell me Elder Duan really knows some kind of secret technique? Many people from the Lu clan were puzzled. After all, the fact that Duan Lingtian was able to become a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age was enough to shock everyone. However, he was still able to refine pills with 97% purity. Such a purity pill was heaven-defying. Tianwu, who hurt you just now? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian ignored Cheng He. His gaze landed on the red-clad lady next to him as he asked in a gentle voice. There was a hint of anger in her gentle voice. Feng Tianwu's heart trembled slightly when she heard the anger in Duan Lingtian's voice. The frost on her face melted a little. Her gaze immediately landed on the green-clad middle-aged man in the distance. The green-clad middle-aged man stood behind Cheng He like a shadow. It's you again. Duan Lingtian followed Feng Tianwu's gaze and looked at the green-clad middle-aged man. His eyes gleamed coldly. Leng Qi. It was also Leng Qi who hurt him and Tianwu last time. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's shout, Leng Qi lifted his head lazily and glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently. His eyes were filled with disdain from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he was saying, "So what if it was me? You're still incapable of avenging your woman." Boom. At that moment, a milky white flame rose from Duan Lingtian's body and emitted a terrifying aura. The heaven and earth energy stirred above his head and eventually formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. His origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. It was the symbol of a first-level martial monarch stage. The Elder Duan is a martial monarch powerhouse? For a moment, most of the Lu clan's elders and disciples were shocked. Duan Lingtian has made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage? Lu Bai was shocked as well. In the past, although he had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing an 8th-level void transformation stage Lu clan's elder, he did not think Duan Lingtian was a martial monarch powerhouse. He thought that Duan Lingtian was at most at the peak of the void realm. At this moment, the scene before his eyes made him realize Duan Lingtian was either a martial monarch at that time or had only recently broken through to the martial monarch stage. Compared to the astonishment of the Lu clan's elders and disciples, the clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Rui, was not surprised at all. Previously, he had witnessed how powerful Elder Duan was. He had almost killed Qing He, who was at the first-level martial monarch stage. At that time, he had guessed that Elder Duan was a martial emperor expert. As for the old clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Qiu, and the 3 guardian elders of the Lu clan, although they had heard from Lu Rui that Duan Lingtian was a martial monarch expert, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. After all, Duan Lingtian was too young. Of course, it would be fine if he was just young. The problem was that young was not the main point. In fact, Elder Duan of the Lu clan was already a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age. Moreover, he was a grade 1 alchemist who could refine grade 1 pills with 97% purity. With his current age, his achievement in the medicine refinement Dao was enough to embarrass 90% of the alchemists on the Cloud Continent. Yet, this young man who could be considered a monster in the medicine refinement Dao was also a martial monarch powerhouse? Monster? Is Elder Duan even human? After a moment of silence, the group of Lu clan's elders and disciples burst into an uproar. All of them stared at the purple figure in the distance in shock. I can't believe that I, Mo Jie, would be able to see the legendary variant in my lifetime. At this moment, Mo Jie, the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, took a step forward and looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. It said that variants have their own innate ability. I wonder what your innate ability is? Variant. Innate ability. Mo Jie spoke. His voice was not loud, but it entered everyone's ears like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Variant? Innate ability? Many of the Lu clan's disciples were confused. Does he mean that Elder Duan is a variant? Some of the Lu clan's elders could not help but narrow their eyes. They had a certain understanding of variants. What's a variant? Most of the Lu clan's disciples asked this question. A variant is an existence born from the union of a human and a demon. A variant is either mediocre or a monster. There are many of the former on the Cloud Continent, but the latter is extremely rare. A Lu clan's elder said solemnly. That's right. Another Lu clan's elder added, it said that the latter's innate ability and comprehension far surpass humans in all aspects. Even the human with the best innate ability and comprehension on the Cloud Continent can't compare to them. On top of that, a monstrous variant also has an innate ability. Any variant's innate ability is one of a kind. Someone added. Some of the Lu clan's elders and most of the Lu clan's disciples who had just heard about the variant were in an uproar. Their faces were filled with shock. Does this mean that Elder Duan is a variant? That's the only explanation. Since Elder Duan is a grade 1 alchemist, it's impossible for him to be a demon. It's practically impossible for a human to obtain such achievements in both the martial Dao and the medicine refinement Dao at his age. That's true. As the group of Lu clan's elders and disciples discussed, they soon confirmed one thing. Their Lu clan's first interim advisor, Duan Lingtian, was a variant. Moreover, he was an extremely monstrous variant. Now, they finally understood why Elder Duan was able to achieve so much at such a young age. If there was anyone present who did not think Duan Lingtian was a variant, it would be the clan leader of Lu Clan, Lu Rui, and the former clan leader of Lu Clan, Lu Qiu. This was because they knew Duan Lingtian's background. Duan Lingtian was a person who had achieved heaven-defying achievements in the medicine refinement Dao, the weapons refinement Dao, and the inscription Dao in his past life. Now that he had reincarnated, as long as his cultivation base and spiritual energy were raised to a certain level, he would be the most outstanding alchemist. Weapons refinement master. Inscription master. In their opinion, the idea of foreign species was pure nonsense. I've said before that both of you are playing with fire. Since you're here today, both of you shall stay. Duan Lingtian said word by word as a milky white flame rose from his body. His cold gaze landed on Cheng He and Lung Qi. His voice sounded like it came from an ice cave. It was extremely cold. Cheng He could not help but laugh maniacally when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. He looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and said disdainfully, "You want to stay? Based on your cultivation base of the first-level martial monarch stage? Last time, you were severely injured by Lung Qi in just one blow. Looks like you're going to repeat the same mistake today. I really don't know where you get the courage to say that you want to stay." Cheng He's face was filled with disdain when he reached the end of his sentence. At the same time, Mo Jia also smiled and said nonchalantly, "It's good for young people to be confident, but it's not good if it turns into arrogance." Mo Jia's tone was as though he was lecturing Cheng He. Although Elder Duan is a martial monarch powerhouse, he's only at the first-level martial monarch stage. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to deal with these people. It's shocking that Elder Duan possesses such strength at such a young age. However, I'm afraid that his strength is not even comparable to our Lu clan's 3 guardian elders, let alone dealing with these people. If Elder Duan is given another 10 years, these people won't be a match for him at all. Of course, Elder Duan is the rumored variant. He's a heaven-defying existence on Cloud Continent. Many of the Lu clan's elders and disciples discussed among themselves. They also did not think Duan Lingtian could deal with Cheng He and the others. Elder Duan. Just as the milky white flame transformed from the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body rose higher, Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a clear voice, "Take Miss Tian Wu and leave now. As for them, our Lu clan will help you stop them." Lu Rui's words were filled with determination. It was as though he was a warrior who would never return. As soon as his words left his mouth, he had already flown out and headed straight for Cheng He and the others. "I, Lu Qiu, have no regrets even if I die for Duan Lingtian in my old age. Elder Duan, live on." The Lu clan's former clan leader, Lu Qiu, laughed heartily as his voice resonated in the air. In the next moment, he was already standing next to Lu Rui, glaring at Cheng He and the others. If Cheng He and the others dared to make a move, they would immediately launch a thunderous attack. "Elder Duan, live on. If we die, avenge us." The 3 great guardian elders of the Lu clan shouted in unison. Then, they flew out and surrounded Cheng He's group of 5 with Lu Rui and Lu Qiu. "Elder Duan, live on." At this moment, a group of Lu clan's elders and disciples also flew out and surrounded Cheng He and the others in 3 layers. Each of them had a determined expression on their faces. At this moment, the Lu clan's unity and the Lu clan's strength of character were fully displayed. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the group of Lu clan's high-ranking officials led by Lu Rui had their origin energy skyrocketed. Their profundities and concepts followed like shadows. Soon after, all of the Lu clan's people had their origin energy and concepts skyrocketing. Each of them was glaring at Cheng He and the others, ready to attack at any time. Lu clan, Duan Lingtian could not see Cheng He and the others' silhouettes at all. His heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he was also affected by the tragic atmosphere created by the Lu clan's people. Lu clan. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor. However, Duan Lingtian, will settle this matter myself today. Proceed according to the original plan. Chapter 11:10. Boom, boom, boom. As Cheng He shouted, the 5 of them, including him, had their origin energy skyrocketed. Their profundities and concepts followed like shadows as they prepared to disperse. Lung Chi's eyes immediately locked onto Lu Qiu. Olai's eyes were locked onto the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders. Cheng He and the other 2 also locked onto their respective targets. Just as Cheng He and the other 4 were about to make their moves, a sword cry that seemed to make their souls tremble resonated in the air. Along with the whistling of the sword, there was a loud sound, as if something was being torn apart. When the other 4 regained their senses, horror dawned on them. Heavens! What did they just see? Lung Chi, who was originally hovering in the air with them, had his body forcefully pierced through and split into 2. His aura was gone in an instant. One could tell from the cold expression on Lung Chi's face and the way he looked at Lu Qiu. From the beginning until the end, Lung Chi did not even have time to react until his body was split into 2. Lung Chi was a 4th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Once he used his spirit weapon and unleashed his full strength, he could unleash the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Such a person had died just like that. His death was swift and clean. He's dead. I didn't even have time to blink, and he died? Many of the Lu clan's disciples were shocked. Who is it? He's so powerful. Many of them were puzzled. Soon after, the Lu clan's people, including Cheng He and the 3 people next to him and the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, shifted their attention to the area surrounded by the Lu clan's people. There was a lone figure there. It was a purple figure. Impossible. When Cheng He saw the purple figure, his eyes widened in shock. He kept shaking his head as though he could not believe what was happening before his eyes. The 3 people standing next to Cheng He had a grave expression on their faces as well. Damn it! Why didn't Cheng He say this young man has such terrifying strength? That was the only thought left in their minds at this moment. They felt like they had been tricked by Cheng He. The Elder Duan? Everyone from the Lu family looked at the purple figure in front of them in horror. They did not expect Elder Duan, who had only displayed the 1st-level martial monarch stage origin energy earlier, to be so powerful. This was especially true for Lu Qiu, the former clan leader of Lu clan. Not only was he shocked, but a hint of dread and disbelief could be seen in his eyes when he looked at the purple figure. Old family head, did you see Elder Duan's movements clearly? At this moment, 4 voice transmissions entered Lu Qiu's ears one after another. It was precisely Lu Rui and the 3 Lu clan guardian elders asking him questions. Lu Qiu shook his head. Just now, when Lung Chi had stared at him, his gaze had also locked onto Lung Chi until Lung Chi was killed. He did not move his eyes away. However, even though he had witnessed the scene of Lung Chi's body being separated, he could not see clearly who had done it. He could not even see a figure. All he heard was the sound of a sword whistling and the sound of Lung Chi's body being torn apart. This, Lu Rui and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw Lu Qiu shaking his head in denial. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at the purple figure again. Especially Lu Rui. He still remembered that 3 months ago, he had also faced Lung Chi. The purple-clad young man in front of him was severely injured by Lung Chi in just 1 blow. However, today he had easily killed Lung Chi, a martial monarch powerhouse, without him being able to react at all. The speed at which he killed Lung Chi was so fast that even Lu Qiu, one of the strongest people present, could not see it clearly. Why, young master? In the distance, Xiong Quan looked at the purple figure hovering proudly in the air. His face was slightly stunned. Since when did young master become so powerful? His strength has improved tremendously. Feng Tianwu, who had recovered from her injuries, also had her eyes fixed on the purple figure. As she muttered to herself, there was a hint of gentleness in her beautiful eyes. She knew very well. What he was doing now was to stand up for her. The dead man had injured her earlier. Isn't Elder Duan too powerful? Isn't he just a 1st-level martial monarch martial artist? At this moment, many of the Lu clan's elders who had regained their senses were shocked. Their eyes were also fixed on the purple figure. Elder Duan is so powerful. That guy was killed by Elder Duan before he could even blink his eyes. Each of the Lu clan's disciples looked at the purple-clad young man with fanaticism in their eyes. Without exception, their faces were filled with worship that originated from their souls. In everyone's heart, they dreamed of becoming a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the world. However, not many people could do it. However, today, they saw the shadow of their dreams in the purple-clad young man before them. It resonated strongly with them. The purple figure, the purple-clad young man, was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stood there empty-handed. The milky white flame transformed from the origin energy on his body had been extinguished without anyone noticing. The heaven and earth phenomenon above his head had also disappeared, leaving behind layers of mystery to the crowd. Why you killed Leng Qi? When Cheng He looked at Duan Lingtian, there was no longer disdain in his eyes. There was only fear left. What's wrong? Guild leader Cheng is so old that your eyesight has deteriorated? Duan Lingtian asked as he turned around and glanced at Cheng He indifferently. Why, when Cheng He saw Duan Lingtian's gaze that was as sharp as a sword, his face flushed red, and his body trembled. The trembling of his body also affected his voice, causing it to tremble violently as well. However, even after his voice trembled for a long time, he still could not form a complete sentence. Until now. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. Cheng He was afraid. His fear did not only come from the bottom of his heart, it came from the depths of his soul. What about me? Duan Lingtian asked with interest as he narrowed his eyes. However, how could the current Cheng He possibly answer that question? His forehead and face were covered in sweat. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. 3 months ago, the purple-clad young man who was like an ant to Leng Qi had become so terrifying in just 3 months. He had killed Leng Qi before Leng Qi even had a chance to react. Now that he was targeted, his heart was filled with despair. If there's a next life, remember this. You can't afford to play with my fire. Even if you're a grade 1 alchemist, you can't. When Duan Lingtian saw that Cheng He had no reaction, his eyes gleamed fiercely as he spoke slowly. When he reached the end of his sentence, a terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. When Cheng He sensed Duan Lingtian's killing intent, horror dawned on him as he cried out in shock. However, as soon as his voice left his mouth, it came to an abrupt halt. This was because a fine sword mark had appeared on his throat without him noticing. As the sword mark split open, fresh blood gushed out as though it was worthless. As for Cheng He, when the sword mark appeared on his throat, his eyes had already dimmed completely. He no longer made a sound. Then, under the accompaniment of dazzling red roses, Cheng He's body fell to the ground. He was as dead as a doornail. From then on, the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land was dead. The moment Cheng He died, the scene fell into a dead silence again. It was only when Duan Lingtian lifted his head and shifted his gaze that the Lu clan's people present on the scene finally shifted their attention to Cheng He's 3 helpers. O Lai, the clan leader of the Northern Mountains O clan. Mo Jia, the guild leader of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. Other than him, the last person was the old man with the surname Qin. He was the powerhouse who always followed and protected him. His strength was not inferior to Olai, Leng Qi, and Lu Qiu. However, faced with Duan Lingtian who could kill Leng Qi with just a blow, he did not feel safe at all even if he was protected by the old man with the surname Qin. Elder Duan, I was also instigated by Cheng He this time. I have no intention of being invincible with you and becoming enemies with the Lu clan. Mo Jia took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously as he explained. At this moment, he was no longer as arrogant as before. He was as docile as a little lamb in front of Duan Lingtian. Even Duan Lingtian was not used to it. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. His eyes turned cold all of a sudden. In the next moment, everyone saw Duan Lingtian was still standing in the same spot. He did not seem to have made any movements, but Mo Jia, the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, was dead. Emojie's head was severed from his body and fell from the sky. The moment Emojie died, the expression of the blue-clad old man with the surname Chin changed drastically. His eyes turned cold. A saber appeared in his hand as he charged toward Duan Lingtian in a ferocious manner. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred in the sky above his head. In the end, the heaven and earth phenomenon solidified. A silhouette of an ancient black dragon and 8,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The spirit saber in the old man's hand slashed toward Duan Lingtian in a ferocious manner. If it hit, Duan Lingtian would definitely be split into two. However, the saber in the old man's hand that contained the strength of an ancient black dragon and 8,000 ancient horned dragons that was faster than lightning missed its target in the end. This was because the moment the saber in his hand slashed down, his target had vanished into thin air. Even in the eyes of Olai and Lu Qiu, who were the strongest among the spectators, the purple figure had completely disappeared. Even they could not capture the slightest trace of the purple figure. As though a gust of wind had blown past, the purple figure reappeared behind the old man with the surname Chin. "Is that all you've got?" Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly when he appeared behind the old man with the surname Chin. His tone was filled with disdain. It was useless to look down on the old man with the surname Chin. T. When the old man with the surname Chin heard the voice behind him, horror dawned on his face. He wanted to quickly get away from the owner of the voice. Chapter 11:11. As the old man with the surname Chen's body was sliced into two, everyone shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind him. The eyes of the Lu clan's elders and disciples were filled with shock and excitement. They did not expect this at all. Not only did their Lu clan's first interim elder have shocking attainments in medicine refinement Dao, but his achievements in martial Dao were terrifying as well. In just a blink of an eye, he had killed 4 out of the 5 formidable opponents that the Lu clan faced. One must know that the 4 opponents were existences that even the strongest people in the Lu clan were wary of. Elder Duan, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, was completely stunned. Others might not know who Duan Lingtian had killed, but he knew very well. Cheng He and Emojie aside. Whether it was Lung Qi or the old man with the surname Chen, their strength was in no way inferior to the Lu clan's former clan leader. They were both 4th-level martial monarchs. However, 2 4th-level martial monarchs were killed by Elder Duan in just a blink of an eye. "Young master." Xiongquan's eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air in the distance. This was his young master. How powerful! Feng Tianwu's beautiful face changed slightly. It was obvious that she was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. At this moment, even the Lu clan's former clan leader, Lu Qiu, could not help but gasp. He was completely shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. With Elder Duan's strength, killing 2 people whose strength is in no way inferior to mine is as easy as killing chickens or cutting grass. I'm afraid it would be as easy as blowing off dust for him to kill me. Lu Qiu's emotions surged, and his gaze was complicated. At the same time, everyone's eyes were on Duan Lingtian's hand. This time, although they did not see any signs of Duan Lingtian attacking, they were fortunate enough to see the weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian stood there proudly with his purple robe fluttering even though there was no wind. He was holding a 3-foot-long sword in his hand that was formed by an unknown energy. What power is that? When everyone's gaze shifted to Duan Lingtian's hand, the 3-foot-long sword gradually dissipated and disappeared without a trace. In the sky, the rolling heaven and earth energy dissipated just as it was about to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Therefore, until now, no one knew how strong Duan Lingtian was. However, since Duan Lingtian was able to kill Lung Qi and the old man with the surname Chen, who was not inferior to Lung Qi, his current strength could be considered as one of the best in the entire southern outer land. However, most people's attention was not on this. What they cared about was the 3-foot-long blade that appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand. The energy swords around the 3-foot-long blade were the sword Profundity. However, they had never seen such a power condensed into a 3-foot-long blade. Did you see that? I saw it. Earlier, the sword in Elder Duan's hand was actually formed by a 5-colored energy. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. I can't believe it's real. What kind of energy is that? It must be the profundity. But does such a profundity really exist? I've never heard of such a profundity before. Whether it was the group of Lu clan's disciples or the group of Lu clan's elders, all of them were confused. They could not tell what kind of energy the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was formed from. In fact, they were not the only ones who were confused. What kind of energy was that? Lu Rui's pupils constricted and he was stunned. This was the first time he had seen a power that was filled with 5 different colors. The 5 colors were red, blue, green, purple, and khaki. It was not only Lu Rui, but even the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders were shocked as well. Earlier, Elder Duan had killed 4 formidable opponents in just a blink of an eye. They were already shocked. However, they could not tell what kind of energy the sword in Elder Duan's hand was formed from. Those 5 energies seemed to be a mixture of 5 nature profundities. The red one is the fire profundity, the blue one is the water profundity, the green one is the wind profundity, the purple one is the thunder profundity, and the khaki one is the earth profundity. Compared to the others, Lu Qiu could see through it more clearly. However, although he could see through it, he still found it hard to believe. He could not believe that Duan Lingtian had mastered 5 nature profundities at the same time. The sword in Elder Duan's hand that was formed from the 5-colored energy seems to contain the sword profundity. If the 5-colored energy is really 5 nature profundities, doesn't that mean he has comprehended 6 profundities? The moment Lu Qiu thought of this, he found it hard to believe. Even though he knew Elder Duan was the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu from 10,000 years ago, he still did not believe Elder Duan could comprehend 6 different profundities at the 1st level martial monarch stage. Profundities were different from medicine refining techniques and experience. The latter could be inherited through the memories of one's past life, but the former could not. One had to rely on one's own comprehension to comprehend and communicate with profundities. In other words, the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu would have to comprehend all kinds of profundities again. Due to this reason, he did not think Elder Duan could comprehend so many profundities at the 1st level martial monarch stage. It was not that he looked down on the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, but it did not make sense at all. Since Elder Duan is the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he must be comprehending profundities while raising his cultivation base. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to comprehend so many profundities at the 1st level martial monarch stage. If Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 7th, 8th, or even the 9th level martial monarch stage, he would not find it strange that he had comprehended 6 profundities. However, the problem was that Duan Lingtian was only at the 1st level martial monarch stage. The 1st level martial monarch stage meant that he had just broken through to the martial monarch stage. He had just broken through to the martial monarch stage, and he had already comprehended 6 profundities? Was it possible? At the very least, he thought it was impossible. Moreover, even if the energy that was mixed with 5 colors was really 5 nature profundities, how did they merge so perfectly? This was the most difficult thing for Lu Qiu to understand. 5 nature profundities. Putting everything else aside, water and fire were definitely incompatible. Wanting to fuse the water profundity and the fire profundity together was no different from a fool's dream. Perhaps I've seen wrongly. In the end, Lu Qiu could only think this way. If I've seen wrongly, I wonder what kind of energy it is. It's actually able to allow Elder Duan to kill 2 4th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses consecutively with his 1st-level martial monarch stage cultivation base. Until now, he could still feel chills running down his spine when he recalled the scene earlier. 2 4th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses whose strength was not inferior to his died just like that. From the beginning until the end, they did not even have time to react. Because of this, he could deeply feel Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength. If there was anyone else who had the same thought as Lu Qiu, it was undoubtedly the only person left in Qing He's group of 5. It was the clan leader of O clan, Olai. Olai was the strongest person in the northern mountains O clan. He was at the 4th level martial monarch stage. His strength was on par with Lung Chi and the old man with the surname Chen who were killed by Duan Lingtian earlier. His strength was on par with Lu Qiu as well. Unlike Lu Qiu, as soon as he thought Duan Lingtian used 5 types of nature profundities to form the sword, he immediately dismissed the thought. Compared to Lu Qiu, he knew nothing about Duan Lingtian's background. However, he was certain it was impossible for someone to comprehend so many profundities when they were only at the 1st level martial monarch stage. Even if the other party was a variant. Perhaps that's his innate ability. In the end, this was the only thing Olai could think of. He did not know when, but his hand that was holding the sheathed spirit saber broke out in cold sweat when he saw the purple-clad young man staring at him. Even his back was drenched in cold sweat. If the other party attacked him, he did not think he would be able to survive. After all, whether it was Lung Chi or the old man with the surname Chen, their strength was not inferior to him. I, Olai, have been unhindered all my life. I can't believe I'll die here today. However, I have no more regrets now that I'm able to die in your hands. Olai took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said in a clear voice. His words showed he was unafraid of death. His back was straight like a saber that stood upright. He was resolute and unyielding. Duan Lingtian was already prepared to make his move and kill the remaining person in Cheng He's group. However, he did not expect the other party to be so unyielding. He could still maintain his composure even in the face of death. One had to admit. At this moment, admiration rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He admired the person's unyielding character. However, this did not mean he would show mercy today. Everyone had to pay the price for what they had done. Sush. Duan Lingtian slowly raised his hand, and an energy sword flashed. Shortly after, 5-colored energy rose from the energy sword and formed the embryonic form of a sword. The heaven and earth energy stirred above his head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon began to take shape. Sush, sush, sush. For a time, everyone, including Olai, looked at the space above Duan Lingtian's head. Clearly, they were curious about the heaven and earth phenomenon that would appear there. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier was enough to make any of them tremble in fear. For this reason, they were curious about Duan Lingtian's strength from the bottom of their hearts. This could be seen from the heaven and earth phenomenon that Duan Lingtian had formed when he drew upon the heaven and earth energy. Everyone held their breaths as the heaven and earth phenomenon was about to take shape. Swoosh! All of a sudden, the heaven and earth phenomenon that was about to take shape dissipated, and the heaven and earth energy disappeared from the world. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian again. Why did Elder Duan withdraw his energy? Everyone, including Olai, had a curious look on their faces. Where did the thumb ring in your hand come from? Chapter 11-12. This is a thumb ring that has been passed down in the northern mountains O clan for generations. It's only passed down to the clan leaders. It's said that this thumb ring was passed down by the first clan leader of the O clan 10,000 years ago. Although Olai did not know why Duan Lingtian would ask this, he still answered truthfully, I hope you can return this thumb ring to the O clan after you kill me. If you think it's too troublesome, you can ask the Lu clan to pass it on your behalf. Olai looked at Lu Rue when he reached the end of his sentence. Lu Rue glanced at Olai coldly before he looked at Duan Lingtian. Elder Duan, I've heard of the O clan's thumb ring as well. However, it's an item that has been passed down in the O clan for generations. It's only a commemorative item and has no value. After speaking to Duan Lingtian, Lu Rue looked at Olai again and said nonchalantly, Initially, I can't help you with what you've done today. However, since the O clan and our Lu clan used to be friends, I can ask someone to send this thumb ring to the O clan after you die if Elder Duan is willing. Thank you. Olai bowed to Lu Rue with a sincere expression and thanked him. Today, he knew that he deserved to die, and that his death was not worth regretting. However, if he lost the thumb ring that had been passed down in the O clan for 10,000 years, he would be a sinner in the O clan. This was not an outcome he was willing to see. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian vanished from his spot and appeared in front of Olai when he reappeared. Before Olai could react, Duan Lingtian vanished before his eyes again and returned to his original spot. Olai immediately looked at his right hand and noticed the ring on his thumb was nowhere to be seen. Horror dawned on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian in a panic. "Sir, you..." Just when he was about to beg the purple-clad young man to return the thumb ring to him, he realized the purple-clad young man was looking at the thumb ring in his hand with a gentle gaze. Moreover, there was a hint of nostalgia in the purple-clad young man's eyes as well. Just when everyone present, including Olai, had no idea what was going on, a voice suddenly rang out. Duan Lingtian finally retracted his gaze from the thumb ring in his hand. His gaze immediately shifted to Olai as he asked in a deep voice, "What's the relationship between O Yezi and your Northern Mountains O clan?" "O Yezi." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone in the Lu clan, including the clan leader, Lu Rui, was confused. Olai, on the other hand, was horrified. His body trembled as he stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. He asked in a trembling voice, "How did you know about our O clan's old ancestor?" "The O clan's ancestor?" Duan Lingtian frowned and asked in a deep voice, "You mean, your Biling O family was single-handedly established by O Yezi?" "Elder Duan, don't be fooled by him." Before Olai could reply to Duan Lingtian, Lu Rui had already spoken first. "As far as I know, the Biling O clan was established by a grade 1 alchemist named O Jie 10,000 years ago. It's not O Yezi." Moreover, the first 10 generations of O clan's clan leaders are recorded in the handwritten notes passed down by our Lu clan's ancestors. There's no such person named O Yezi. Lu Rui finished his sentence in one breath. "Lu Rui, don't be so sure." At this moment, Olai looked at Lu Rui calmly and said in a neither fast nor slow manner, "O Jie is indeed the old ancestor who established our Northern Mountains O clan. This is undeniable. Moreover, it's not just the first 10 generations of O clan's clan leaders. There's no such person named O Yezi even among the O clan's clan leaders." Olai continued, "You've already admitted it, and you're still asking me not to be so sure?" Lu Rui sneered. "Don't forget that our Northern Mountains Lu clan is similar to your Northern Mountains O clan. We're both clans that have been passed down for 10,000 years in the Northern Mountain land. If you want to deceive Elder Duan, you'll have to get past us first. It's one thing for me to admit it, but it's another thing for O Yezi to be the old ancestor of our Northern Mountains O clan." Olai said, "Then I'd like to hear how you're going to cover up your lie." The sneer on Lu Rui's face deepened. After Olai glanced at Lu Rui indifferently, he no longer looked at Lu Rui. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian who was standing nearby. "Sir, although our Northern Mountains Lu clan was not established by O Yezi, we're still closely related to him. The first clan leader of our Northern Mountains Lu clan, O Jie, is O Yezi's grandson. As for the ring in your hand, it said that O Yezi passed it down to his son, O Jie's father, the first clan leader of our Northern Mountains Lu clan. After that, the father of the first-generation patriarch of the Northern Mountains Lu clan, O Jie, passed this ring to him. Ever since then, this ring has become the patriarch's token that has been passed down in the Lu clan." Olai finished his sentence in one breath. "You make it sound like it's true," Lu Rui said disdainfully. It was obvious that he did not believe Lu Rui's words. "Then, what's the name of the person who passed the ring to the first clan leader of your Northern Mountains Lu clan?" Unlike Lu Rui's disdain, Duan Lingtian looked calm as he stared at Olai and asked. "According to the records in the handbook passed down by our O clan's ancestor, the first clan leader of our Northern Mountains Lu clan, O Jie's father is called O Hong." Olai said unhurriedly. "Hong." Upon hearing Olai's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. His emotions could not help but surge. He did not expect there to be such a coincidence in this world. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was established 10,000 years ago by a person who was guided by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although Reincarnation Emperor Wu had never met the person who established the Northern Mountains O clan, he knew the person's grandfather and father, The Emperor Wu. 10,000 years ago was when the reincarnation Emperor Wu had reincarnated. During the reincarnation Emperor Wu's first reincarnation, apart from cultivating his cultivation base to the Emperor Wu stage, he had also achieved a great achievement in the medicine refinement Tao. In the end, he became a royal-grade alchemist. Later on, due to the 3 lives rebirth technique that he cultivated, he underwent reincarnation. After his soul had been dormant for 10,000 years, he was reborn. This was his second reincarnation. In the era 10,000 years ago, he reincarnated. During that era, the reincarnation Emperor Wu relied on his past life's memories, medicine refinement techniques, and experience to quickly skyrocket. Due to the fact that he had reincarnated, his cultivation was twice as fast with half the effort. He also had a lot of extra time, so he began to study the weapon refinement Tao and the inscription Tao. When he was studying the weapon refinement Tao, the person who left the deepest impression on the reincarnation Emperor Wu was a grade 1 weapons craftsman named Yezi. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, Yezi was someone who had reached the threshold of the quasi-royal grade alchemist earlier than him. Due to the fact that Yezi could not break through to the martial monarch stage in his entire life, he could not condense the quasi-royal grade pillfire. He was not fated to become a quasi-royal grade alchemist. During that era, there were not as many martial monarchs on Cloud Continent as there are now. Monarch stage profundity fragments were also extremely rare. It was easy for Duan Lingtian to find out about this through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, it was all thanks to the guidance of Yezi that he was able to avoid taking many detours in the Tao of weapons refinement all those years ago. Yezi could be considered to be the only teacher he acknowledged in his second lifetime. After the reincarnation Emperor Wu broke through to the martial monarch stage and killed his first martial monarch, he wanted to give the monarch stage profundity fragment to Yezi, who knew that when he saw Yezi again, Yezi had already passed away. Because of this, he gave the profundity fragment to Yezi's only son, Hong. Previously, Duan Lingtian found the thumb ring in Lai's hand to be somewhat familiar. After searching the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, he found out that he had seen the thumb ring before. At that time, the thumb ring was in Yezi's hand. Due to this reason, he vaguely felt that the Northern Mountains clan might be related to Yezi. However, he did not expect them to really be related. The Northern Mountains clan was built by Yezi's grandson. For the sake of Yezi, I'll spare your life today. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and glanced at Lai indifferently. With a lift of his hand, he tossed the thumb ring back to Lai. Although he was not the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he had obtained many benefits from the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Therefore, he was still willing to spare Lai's life for the sake of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lai was extremely excited that he had managed to survive. Moreover, the clan leader's thumb ring that had been passed down in the clan had returned. However, he quickly calmed down. Your ancestor was friends with our clan's old ancestor? Lai asked solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. This was the only thing he could think of. You can say that. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, you may leave. Lai nodded and turned around to leave immediately. He was so fast that it was as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would regret his decision. Lu Rui was stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian letting Lai go. However, he did not say anything. It seems like that Yezi or whatever from the clan was friends with Elder Duan 10,000 years ago. Otherwise, Elder Duan wouldn't have let him go. Lu Rui speculated. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared and reappeared from time to time. Duan Lingtian had taken the spatial rings and profundity fragments from Cheng He and the other 3. He was pleasantly surprised when he found out Emojia's profundity fragment was a sword profundity fragment. Xiongquan. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and tossed the sword profundity fragment to Xiongquan under the envious and jealous gazes of the others. Xiongquan caught the fragment as though it was a treasure. His face was filled with excitement. Currently, he was no longer the ignorant fool who had not seen the world. Naturally, he knew his young master had given him a precious sword profundity fragment. With this profundity fragment, he would be able to comprehend the sword profundity in a short period of time. At that time, he would be able to break through to the void transformation stage and use the spirit fruits to boost his cultivation base. He would then be able to break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. At that time, I'll be able to help young master. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.